Hey, what's up? I am not in my living room. I am in my bedroom because I got a lot going on in there right now. How are y'all doing? I ain't been live in a minute. Today we're going to talk about, I'm Diamond Stylz, by the way. And today we are going to talk about Netta and Charles. And then we're going to talk about Kamala a little bit. And then I want to talk about some religious stuff. Hey, Android, how are you? Hey, hey, hey. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I just came from eating. I love this oil, this Aveeno Daily Moisturizer. I really love this. Just for, you know, a little moisture that isn't too, I don't want to say it's not greasy, but it's not too greasy. You know how some oils be like a little too greasy. This starts off greasy, but it will absorb pretty decently. I am wonderful. About to head to St. Louis in a couple of days. I'm excited about that. Hey, A Moon. Come on, Busiana Ali. Work. Uh, I am feeling good today. I just went to this, I just tried out this new Italian restaurant that I freaking love. I had never tried it before. I love this. I had never tried it before. Um, and it was delicious. I loved it. Have y'all smelled this? Blossom Love by Amirage. I love this. Oh my god. It's so good. So good. But I tried the restaurant out, and why are people so weirded out by when people don't mind like eating by themselves? Like, do y'all go out to eat by yourself? Like, I go out to eat by myself, and it is no tea for me to do that. Is it a tea for y'all to do that? Now, I love going out with my friends. Like, I love being a lady who lunch, like being out with my homegirls, and we're drinking cocktails and eating appetizers or a meal if we're hungry. And I love that, but I also just as much love being by my damn self and going to try a restaurant and sitting down, eating and enjoying myself alone. And I don't feel any kind of way about it. Are y'all like that? Hey, Elsa. First lady, no scandals. Word. Brandon. Yeah. Excuse me. I know this is not my regular day. I'm just bored today and in the mood to talk. I was by myself for a while tonight at the Mexican restaurant. My friends came later though. Yeah. I will go out. They had some nectarines on sale. I got a bag of them. They're so good. Feed my healthy gut biome with something different. Hey, Jay Scott. Hey, Andreas. Yeah. Y'all know I've been dealing with power outages and bullshit like that because I live in Houston. It's good. Parts of Houston is good, but sometimes the weather gets stupid. Most of the time, the weather is great. But most of the time, but when the weather is bad, it's bad, honey. 95% of the time, really 98% of the time, it's really great. We don't get snow unless it's some freak ass freeze or something stupid. I did not have any damages. No, I had some power outages, but I was out of town. I was in Chicago the whole time, so I wasn't in any issues. And once I saw that my cameras in my apartment came back on, I came back home. I didn't have any inconvenience. I want to enjoy a meal and sit for a while. If I can make that longer than 5 minutes, I will go out by myself more. Mm. I lost one of my pecan trees. Luckily, we still have one left. My neighbor fixed our fence that fell down, so that was awesome. Oh, that's good. Sorry about the tree. Rest in peace, tree. Did y'all cut it down and get it taken away? I would have left it and grew some. I would have left it and turned it into a garden. Oh, yeah. I love when trees fall down and people turn it into something, like turn it into like I don't know. I don't see people do it where they'll move it out of the way, but it'll still be in the yard and it still can kind of help the yard flourish. Where it's you get what I'm saying? It's kind of like you still have it in it as it decays, it still helps your environment. Yeah, my friend, they tree had fell down and they took basically okay, so imagine a tree. Okay, a tree standing up, boom, it falls down. So they cut like the leaves, you know what I'm saying, like the tall part, the leaves and the branches off, but kept the stump. And then they took the stump and this part of the stump, they hollowed it out and put a garden inside of the hollow stump. So they moved it up against like the fence, and then they hollowed this part out and put mulch and stuff in there and put a garden in there. It was so cute. I really loved it. It was like, oh my God, I didn't think about that. I would have just had the people come chop it up and take it away. But yeah, they hollowed it out and made it into a garden. It was dope. This hurricane was more wind damage than anything. I love your nails. Oh, these simple little things. They just short stilettos. Um, what is it color called? Something bunny, funny bunny. I think funny bunny, which is like a light gray, and then a white little French tip. Nothing, just a short stiletto. Nothing groundbreaking, just something simple. And my toes is doing the same. Cute little French tip. Mm. But yes. I want to talk about, I have some notes. I want to talk about I want to talk about Netta, and I talked about this. I'm gonna talk about it a little bit more on the podcast that's gonna come out tomorrow, but I kind of want to talk about it here too more directly because that's gonna be in the member section. Um, Maybe this is gonna be a good. I don't know. All right, so let's talk about Miss Netta. So all right, so does anybody not know who Miss Netta is? I think everybody knows who Miss Netta is, right? That's true. Like y'all should, if you black and on the internet, you should know who Miss Netta is. I mean, if you black and on the internet, you should know who she is. I don't, but I'm white, and that's probably why. If you black and in internet online culture, you probably you gotta know who Netta is. Um, I've had enough of Netta and Charles. They bullied Netta since day one. Now they mad because she got fed up with the bullshit. Interesting. Make it make sense. Interesting. All right. So for the people who's been under a rock or who are not tapped into the Negro culture, the Urban Negro League, let me give you some background on it. So, cultural background on it. All right. So yeah, certain people may not make this connection, but because I'm on the internet, I really am connected to certain trends on the internet that is happening. Not just people, but particularly if they are a part of the black cultural lexicon that is the internet. Not just black Twitter, but just black shit going on the internet. I usually because I enjoy being on, so I enjoy social media. I enjoy being on social media. I follow a lot of black people, a lot of black things, a lot of ideas. Um, and so any kind of, even if it's a small trend, I kind of see it happening. So one of those trends that is happening, which is kind of a part of the which is kind of a part of this kind of push to conservatism, sorry. Um, there is this culture, particularly on TikTok, on Instagram, there's this hyper femme culture that is happening where women, there's a sector of them, and it's different sectors. The white one is called trad wives, which is short for traditional wives, and it's usually women doing videos where they are cooking for their man, doing some kind of homely shit, doing some kind of cooking, cleaning, taking care of home, very traditional wife stuff. Like it is almost a response to hyperfeminism. Okay. It is, oh, it's nothing wrong with me being a wife. It's nothing wrong with me being wanting to take care of my good man and my good husband. Which is always good until he cheats on you, until he's doing something shady. But I don't want to shade them because it's okay to want that life. If you're in a healthy relationship and you and your husband agree on these roles and y'all are happy doing those roles, I think that is what feminism about. Having the choice. Feminism is not about people love to make it about hating men and da 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 da. What feminism is about you having the choice to do what you want as a woman. You don't have to be a wife. You don't have to be a mother. If you want to be a mother, that's amazing. If you want to be a wife, that is amazing. If you are okay with the patriarchal structure of religion and put you in a place where you are under your man, under the coverage of your man. I don't want to say under as in under is a negative thing, because in certain cultures it's not a negative. I'm a woman and I'm supposed to be under the coverage of my man, and that is the hierarchy that God has set before me. I don't believe that as Diamond, but I think it's okay for somebody else to believe that. And I think feminism is about you having the choice to be able to believe that and be okay with it. But also, if there's a woman who does not agree with that and don't want to be that, she has the fruits of the world at her beck and call. That's what feminism is about. Feminism is about women having equal opportunity. Okay, do you see the difference in that? It's not just about, oh, we hate men and we hate men are horrible and patriarchy and da 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 da. The patriarchy is an element of it, but it's about the core of it, the pillar of it is women having access to the opportunity, equal opportunity. Okay. So there has been content that is kind of more conservative leaning that people are they're creating, where they are cooking for their men. It's young people, it's old people, blah 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 blah. So enters Miss Netta. Miss Netta, we get to know her, how she comes into the spotlight. Miss Netta is doing a video of her cooking dinner for her man, Charles. And so, don't get ahead of me. Wait. Because I don't want to miss y'all commentary. So because she is, doing this, is she's making this fun. Charles, your dinner is ready, and she has the camera set up. She done cooked this big country ass black woman food plate, and he's off camera and he's coming to the camera and she sits him down. This is really trad wife content. I want y'all to understand that. This is traditional wife content. There's also a light-skinned black girl. I think she's married to a white man. I'm not really for sure, but she also does a lot of shit from scratch. I think her name starts with an N. I don't know. I can't remember her name because I don't watch this kind of stuff, but I'll teeter in to see what it's giving and be like, oh, okay, I see what's happening here. Nara Smith. Thank you, everybody. See, y'all know I don't be knowing any hoes' name, but I know who they are and what they do. So she'll be making shit from scratch like crazy, mozzarella from scratch, bread from scratch, from everything from scratch. Where you like, bitch, this is not a quick ass video, bitch. You fermenting motherfucking pickles for 3 months. Shit like that. So it's kind of funny to me, but she's doing this kind of stuff. Netta is doing exactly this. She is doing this trad wife content. Piggly Wiggly meals, honey butter and biscuit. Yes. So she is doing this kind of content. She is cooking for her man and bringing him in and showing you how she is catering to him. She's cooking for him. She is letting him sit down and asking him, how does it taste? Taste this. Do you like this? Do you like it? Blah, 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 blah. And watching him eat. And this is trad wife content. Okay. So this is how we know Netta. This is how we come to know her. She's not giving political commentary. She's not doing anything problematic. She is literally just feeding her man. Now, to you, if you don't know who Miss Netta is, you would be like, okay, girl, how you going viral because of that? You just feeding your man. That don't sound interesting, right? It doesn't. But what makes Miss Netta interesting is Miss Netta, you don't really know. Some people were 100% for sure, but because of the dynamic between her and her husband and this being a public platform, some people wasn't really for sure if Miss what was Miss Netta's gender. Miss Netta is not is nowhere near a traditional beauty. She has all of the things that people would deem to be ugly. She has some skin issues. It's kind of it's like a skin condition where it's kind of like lumpy and cratery. We live in a colorism brand world. She is a dark skinned girl. She is a fat girl. She is a country girl. Um, she has bigger features. We know what the beauty standard is, and we know who don't fit it. And so, because she is this entity, I think, this person that doesn't fit that, but she has this man, and her gender is not 100% sure. There's some people who are 100% sure that this is a man, trans, or whatever. I'll come to that later. Man, trans, whatever. And then there's some people who's like, but I don't know, maybe. Because at the end of the day, let's keep it real. I know y'all think. I know that there are cisgender people out there that think, oh, I can always tell. I know that. And there are some people that you can tell, but then there are some people that you can't. You know why? Because I can show you a trans person that you think, I promise you, I can show you a trans person that you think is trans and she's not. I can show you a trans person that I can show you somebody who you think, if you show me somebody who is trans that you look that you know, I can show you a cisgender person that look exactly like them. That has the same whatever flaws that you think that person has that told you that they were trans. I can show you a cisgender person with that same exact thing. If she's too tall, I can show you a too tall trans woman. If she has a hard jawline, I can show you a cis woman with a too tall cis woman. If she has a hard jawline, I can show you a cis woman with a hard jawline. If she got big hands, I can show you a cis woman with big hands. If she got an Adam's apple, I can show you a cis woman with an Adam's apple. If she got a combination of a couple of things, I can show you a cis woman that got those couple of things too. There are many cisgender people who look trans. Because what does trans look like? What does cisgender look like? It doesn't really have a look. Now, I live in a both and world. I can simultaneously say it doesn't really have a look because there are tons of people that can fit that spectrum. And I can also say, I think certain people do have a trans look. Where I could be wrong. And remember, the reason why I can say this is because neither one of them is absolute. I don't believe either one of them is absolute. There are certain people who, there are girls who I think are very beautiful, but I don't think they're passable. They're stunningly beautiful. We've talked about this before. I don't need to name names, but there are some of the top-notch trans girls that we know that are popular out here, that are beautiful. Their hair is laid, their makeup is laid, they're beautiful. But if I seen them on the street, I would know they were trans. And there are some cisgender women who, when I met them, I thought that they were trans. There is a look that I may be wrong, but I'm not always wrong. I'm usually right, but sometimes I'm wrong. I'm like, oh my God. So I say that to say this. So there were people who were there were people who were sharing her videos, and this is how she became popular. So when they shared her videos with her feeding her man, people were in the comments roasting her, talking about she looked like Bill Cosby, talking about, she's ugly, she's black, she's a man, she's trans. And at first, Miss Netta was kind of not really she was responding, but kind of just like, what is going, like, almost like, why are y'all being rude to me? Like, what is happening? Like, I'm just feeding my man. Y'all bitches just must be jealous. It kind of just, she kind of like letting it ride. Like, what is going on? But not really understanding it, because I feel like she's an older woman and she might not be used to the internet in the way that some of us who have been on the internet for a long time. And so because of that, hey CEO, thank you. Ashton, who haven't I said hi to? Black Cover Boy, Chai Blue. I said, hey Jay. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. So initially she was kind of just going with the flow. But when you go viral, I'm gonna get to that point. I'm just kind of following my notes. Okay, so there is I don't know if somebody has made this theory up. I don't know, but I haven't read it. But there, to me, on the internet is these, I call them, y'all know what respectability politics is, but there is a disrespectability politics too that can bring people. This is my theory. I don't know if somebody else has made a theory like this. I don't know. So if they have, link me to it. But this is just what I'm thinking about. But it's specific to the internet. There are privileges that come online where people intentionally or unintentionally use being contrary to the beauty standard or contrary to the able normalized body. And they use it, they exploit the internet to get privileges. So let me give you an example. And sometimes sometimes they are exploiting it, and sometimes it's intentional, and sometimes it's unintentional, because the public is so nasty to people that they feel they can disrespect. Disrespectability politics, okay? The public, because the anonymity of online and you're not in somebody's face, they can be so nasty to you. They remember when they didn't on YouTube, when we used to go live here, people could come in and just say, call people's monkeys, call people the N-word, call people negative. They let me choose, they let me change some settings now, so we don't have that problem now. But prior, they would come in because of anonymity. They're behind some faceless profile, okay? And they can be so nasty. And because of that nastiness, and because the algorithm is judging people based off engagement, who is commenting, who is viewing. So if you're somebody that sits outside of the beauty standard, in the same way that this beautiful girl can get so much traction just because she's beautiful, okay? In the same way that you can get unplanned privileges because you're just a pretty motherfucker. The same thing can happen if you are an unusually ugly person. I don't want to say ugly, but because ugly and beauty is relative. But whatever the standard is, when you're against it, when you are so far from the beauty standard that it is abnormally far from it, okay? But it's not only with beauty, y'all. It's about body too. It's about your body and how normal your body is. So let me give you a couple of examples. So it's not just and we've seen these type of privileges happen to people facially challenged. We've seen these unnecessarily unplanned privileges happen. Look at the hot Tui girl, the white girl talking about sucking dick on that that went viral, and now she has in brand deals and sponsorship deals. Like, I don't think she planned that, but because of white supremacy and just people rewarding white mediocrity, these people have gone viral. And if they are smart or internet savvy or connected with somebody who is internet savvy, they can actually benefit from the exposure and create some type of privilege. Okay, we've seen that multiple times, right? We've seen that multiple times. Also, we've seen somebody squander it. We've seen somebody go viral and it turns into nothing. So it just depends on how you could finesse it. But sometimes it's not planned and it's not intentional. Sometimes it is. We've seen clickbaiters and race baiters and people who say controversial shit about black people just to go viral, controversial stuff about women just to go viral. Podcasts do it, saying these hot takes that are nasty. The Kevin Samuels, blah, 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 blah. But it's also about the body. I'm talking about beauty, but it's also about the body. If I say Marshall Price, most of y'all, if you on the internet, you know who Marshall Price is. Marshall Price is that big dick black dude who always got his dick dangling. He's cooking stuff on the stove and his big old dick is swinging. Everybody know Marshall Price. If you've been on the internet, you know Marshall Price. Marshall Price didn't do anything. He's going viral because he got a big ass dick, and you can see it even when it's on soft. It's a lot of dudes do that. They walk around in their sweatpants, do a video just because they got a big ass dick and they're showing it, and then they'll go viral. Okay, we don't see that a lot, right? Headed over to follow. Hey, sorry, damn, I forgot to speak. Hey, D Mac, how are you? We've seen that happen, so we know Marshall Price. He's gone viral many a times. One of the reasons why we know T.S. Madison, it's not that T.S. Madison wasn't working even prior, but her showing her dick 22 inches and her dick out and being a trans woman, titties at the top and dick at the bottom, titties at the top and dick at the bottom. One of the reasons why she went viral and we know who she is now outside of the porn industry is because of this, what I'm talking about. The virality of, this kind of out the box thing. Oh, she got titties at the top and dick at the bottom and she's flouncing it, but everybody doesn't have the hustle hand that, a Madison has, but she been had it on how to flip it. So, but we also know other people. So it's about the contrary beauty. It's about positioning themselves as the disrespectable jester, like a clown. And so we know people like this. Name some people. If y'all know who I'm talking about. Let's talk about Shamar, the one with the scoliosis. They're doing these dances with this scoliosis, this twisted spine, and people is in the comments. They know some people are gonna be in the comments roasting them about how they look and how they're moving because they don't have the body of a normal person and doing these things and showing it off. Roland Ray, absolutely perfect example. Netta, Trey Nubbs. Do y'all know who Trey Nubbs? Trey Nubbs is a person who was born with no arms. Like his arms just go like to right here, and legs too. And so he does little comedy skits, and he plays the drums and he does little things. But I don't know much about MC Deborah, but I think MC Deborah is a good example how She's not passable at all, but she's funny and entertaining in the community. But I also think I don't know. I'm not for sure about the history of MC Deborah. I think MC Deborah was a commentator, was a ball scene commentator before, so she already was kind of popular in the ball scene. But then when she started to, I don't know, to kind of put on wigs and shit, she started to be funny. But I think that's a good example too. Um, Andrew Codwell, the delivered gay, the contracts of that. Um, yeah, they were a commentator before that. I be knowing my stuff. I would be 100% for sure, but I be knowing my stuff. um, but yes, Andrew Codwell is one. Is that his name? Andrew Codwell, the delivered guy. Just saying stuff about women, and liking women's that he knows people are going to be in the comments roasting him. Granny McCrae or Granny Holla. Granny Holla, this old lady cussing and talking about having sex with men. But I'm talking about I want to really specifically go to the ones not just going viral, but the ones that are going viral based on the negative response to them. Them being able to, these are people who the culture has deemed you can disrespect them. I'm not just talking about just going viral for being something unique, because the culture has I think Samantha does, because she was a crackhead. She was a drug addict and trans. I think Samantha does. And so people can come in the comments and say negative things and people will just laugh. It'll just be jokes. Do y'all know Ken Dog? I'm about to name some people. I've been on the internet for a long time, so I've gone through waves of these type of people. Do y'all know Ken Dog? Ken Dog is somebody who got in a car accident when he was a younger, so he's all the way burned, like all the way burned. His name is Ken Dog on Instagram, and so people be in his comments calling him bacon. People in his comments just be wear him out with negative stuff. Ken Dog, not Ken Doll. Ken Dog. DAWG. I think it's Ken DAWG. But he's burned and he got in a car accident when he was younger. And now he's becoming an adult, but he's extremely burned. And so people be in his comment wear him out. South Park Shorty. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Let me see. We used to have, back in the day, like early 2000 and like 2008, 2009, 2010, we had a girl named that was like a lesbian. Her name was Young Mellow, and I think she was like mentally off a little bit. Like she might have been she was a little touched. And so, but she would be on the internet going live, and she was a stud. I think Saucy Santana gets it slightly. I wouldn't consider Saucy Santana. I think they're just a person going viral because they filmed in gay. I wouldn't say it was disrespectability politics, but it might be a level of it. I think that it might be but what I'm talking about might be a spectrum, but I wouldn't put them in this category, but maybe a little bit. I think, let's just say it is spectrum. I just don't think it's as heavy as a Miss Netta. Yeah. That might be it. That might be one, Kendall. That might be one, Maxwell. You look like you're running for office tonight. Really? Work. Somebody said first lady earlier. Do I just because I got a blouse on, y'all? I feel cute. I did feel cute today. I had this. Oh, it must be in there. this cute little skirt on with this silver what is this? Colt Gaia bag. Isn't this bag so cute? So cute. I love it. And then I have my this is my what's it called? Gentle Monster. Work. So yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The girl that just passed, I think her name starts with a C, Katara or something like that. She was cockeyed. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we know who we talking about. Yeah, she did just pass. I know who you talk about. Um, there was one fat boy. He was obese and used to make jokes about himself. It became something where they were making money and going viral from it. It's a privilege that comes to it. Who else? Even a sexy red being Catrice, yes, being sexy red being this kind of no makeup wearing hood girl that can't rap, that can't, you get what I'm saying, that's doing these songs. Even that is oh, this is a ratchet ass bitch. We can make fun of her. Even that, she's on that level. Um, if you're super overweight, if you have a bad built body, y'all remember a couple of years ago, it was kind of around that JJ Fish, even JJ Fish's one with them teeth and not knowing how to sing. It kind of has that American Idol effect. The reason why American Idol was so successful wasn't just because the amazing singers, it was the horrible singers too. it was the singers who didn't know how to sing, who were horrible, that people were like, oh my god, did you see her? You know what I'm saying? It's like contrary. It's like contrary to whatever it is that is the standard that we're talking about. But who's the one? Krishan and Blueface. No, I don't. They don't count. I, I just wouldn't consider. I guess they just will be very, very low on the spectrum because Blueface is beautiful. Krishan is beautiful. Now, her getting her teeth knocked out and not fixing her teeth, which is so strange to me. But they both are attractive people. They ghetto as fuck, and it's a toxic relationship. It's very Zeus network. So I guess yeah, it's just a spectrum. JJ Fish was playing though, I think. Um have y'all seen his dick? His his news was released, honey. You got it. It's slim. It's nice. It's big, but it's slim. Long as a dagger, honey. Long as slim. Um Blueface and Krishan, they're hateable. And the reason why I don't really count them is because they say fucking toxic. They do shit that make you not like them. This is more about people who they're being themselves. They're not doing anything. Like they can't help it. That's what I'm thinking. But I guess they would be. There is a contrariness, I guess. I don't know. But we're working it out together. There is something about Miss Netta, Shamar, that makes them that you're able to make fun of them without public consequence, without somebody pushing back on you, without somebody. If you look in the comments, nobody is on the comments saying, "Oh, you wrong," or blah blah blah. They're laughing about it. There's a level of, we can disrespect these people because they're so ugly. We can disrespect these people because they are trans or retarded or crippled, or we can disrespect these people because boom, or whatever reason. I saw his penis. I sampled it. All right, so Yeah, so it can come. So what started to happen with Miss Netta? What started to happen? Make sure y'all thumbs up. If you are watching, it is 29 people in here and we only have 14 thumbs up. Make sure y'all thumbs up. Yeah. So what happened with Miss Netta is Miss Netta started to have Miss Netta started to get privileges. Now, she was already getting read. They were already in her comments reading and she was going viral. Let me see if it'll do it. Yay! Let me see if it'll do it by itself. Yay! Thumbs up. So Miss Netta started to get privileges. So we start to see her get free skincare because she's going viral. Businesses, we see this all the time. Businesses start to reach out because you're getting the exposure we need. And so let me give you some free skincare. You got that skin problem. Let me try to fix it so that you can so that I can get the exposure. And so that exposure, your virality, you being viral, is giving you access to certain things. So people are starting to give you surgeries, free surgeries. People are starting to give you free teeth. People are starting to give you these free things. So now, not only is I'm hating on you because you're ugly, I am also hating on you because I feel you don't deserve all this stuff because you ain't done nothing. Oh, you don't deserve this stuff. You getting all this stuff for free because you going viral. And so now I get to hate on that. Okay? And so what starts to happen is it becomes this free for all. Okay? So everybody is roasting Miss Netta and having something to say about Charles. So one of the things is, if I'm just going to keep it real, Miss Netta is somebody that is so attractive that people don't believe that she deserves love. She's somebody who doesn't fit the standard of beauty so much that it is shocking to them that somebody would love them just because openly, especially if I think that you're a trans person. You're a trans person and you ugly? How you got this man? And it don't matter that it's a average looking man like Charles, because I don't think Charles is ugly. He's just average. He's just an average black dude. I don't think he's ugly though. But I see you got this dude coming on camera. You a trans woman. Trans woman is always talking about down low. Always. Okay, so let me address this because I keep seeing it being brought up. What Netta identifies with has nothing to do with how people see her. And when this information comes in and comes out. So when we meet Netta, Netta is not saying whether she's trans or not. People are assuming that she is trans. So their response to her can still be transphobic, even if she doesn't identify with being trans. You running around with makeup and a wig and a bra and titties and girl clothes, people are going to associate you with the trans community, whether you identify with being trans or not. So whatever Miss Netta is saying that her identity is, that is not how the society is responding to her. They're responding to her like she's a trans person. First because she wasn't revealing it or responding to it. And then when people would ask her, she would give these kind of vague answers that weren't direct at all. So all of that shit
makes people, oh, that's a man. That's it. It gives you transphobia. They're going to respond to it in a way that is either trans positive or trans negative. But regardless, it doesn't matter whether she's trans or not. People are reading her as trans. So so that's what it is. Now, I've heard Miss Netta say multiple things. Come on, Brandon. Come on. Clock that T. Let me read that out loud for people who's just listening. You might be cleaning your house. I know people do that. You clean your house while we do the lives. Brandon said, Charles ain't ugly, but if you cishet and don't have at least a Charles, I can see how people could be salty. And that's real. That is real as hell. Because if I'm sitting over here thinking that I don't look like a Netta, I'm sitting over here thinking I got the house, the $1 million house, I got the silicone, I got the body, I got the fame, I got the whatever I got the pussy, I got whatever I boast about valuing, and I still don't got a Charles. I still can be jealous of Miss Netta. I can have the world, and if I don't got a Charles, I still can be jealous. Clock that T. Clock that T. If I don't have a Charles and I want a Charles, and I know some of you bitches want to pretend like y'all don't want a man and y'all do. but some of these bitches, and I want to talk about the trans women. So, we getting messy. Let's talk about the trans women that hate on Miss Netta. And even the ones that let me clock this T, honey. Let's keep it real. Come on. Let's keep it really real. Who's the best readers? Who's the best shaders? Who's the best bitches who know how to read and know how to shade people? Queer people. Right? So we know how to what did Dorian Corey, is that her name? Dorian Corey teach us, the punks, to teach us that the best shade is when a motherfucker don't even clock that they're being shaded, or you do it in a slick way. And one of the classic ways of shading a motherfucker is I set another motherfucker up to read you. And I just sit back and say, well, I didn't say it. Well, I didn't say that. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know, girl. You know the read. I'm giving you a platform to say it. So, we know what shade is. We know what shade looks like. We know just because you don't say it out your mouth, the insinuation. And just because you got the world does not mean that you cannot be jealous of Miss Netta for having a Charles. You could have the whole world and you ain't got a Charles. And this ugly, ill-built, dark-skinned, whatever, all the stuff that is not supposed to have. We talk about colorism and the beauty standard and da-da-da-da-da. All this bitch got all the things that she's not supposed to have that's not supposed to be lovable. That men claim that they don't like. She fat, she dark, she's trans, da-da-da-da-da-da. And she got a man coming in front of the camera. It's pretty hoes that's claiming that they fish and sickening and with the perfect wigs and the perfect makeup, and they ain't got a man coming on camera. They got everything in the world. Fame, money, houses, vaginas, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Niggas still is calling on them at 3 o'clock in the morning. I can't be out there like that. But you can suck my dick, though. They still get, you got all this shit and you still getting treated like lesser. And here come this bitch with the bumpy crater face, the dark skin, the ill-built body, no surgery, half tucked on the interview, half tuck out. All the stuff that's supposed to be ridiculed and disrespected. And she got her a Charles. Charles is going on national platforms with her. Unbothered. Got it? Because you can't say, until recently, Miss Netta really wasn't snapping back. You feel what I'm saying? If you pay attention to months ago, Miss Netta wasn't snapping back at nobody. She wasn't saying nothing. It wasn't until recently she started to get by her side. It wasn't until recently that she started to snap back at people, snap back at what's T.S. Madison's co-host, snap back at her co-host. And then what's crazy is y'all have been reading her for so long, and then when she snapped back, you mad. What you mad about that for? You've been reading that lady for months. What you mad for? Now that she finally say something back? Come on now. Come on now. Because she ain't really done nothing to nobody. It's not until recently that she started giving cultural commentary that you like, ooh, Miss Netta won't Trump. Miss Netta won't Trump. Miss Netta. But go back to what I said, y'all. Go back to what I said. Remember, how did I just explain to y'all the cultural connection of what Miss Netta started to, how we got to know her? That trad wife shit. That trad wife shit is it's coming from the conservative side of the internet, y'all. So it is no surprise to me that Miss Netta is a Trump supporter. It is no surprise to me, and it shouldn't be a surprise to y'all. There are, not specifically for Miss Netta, but there are so many conservative Black people, especially old ones. They may not be, when it only part of their life is progressive is the racial part. They have a racial analysis that is anti-racism, but everything else that they want in life has something to do with conservatism. They want to be churchy. They want to be patriarchal. They want to be, misogynistic. They want to be homophobic. They want to be anti-gay. They don't believe that even if they're in the community, they don't want to be a part of the community. This is not far-fetched. This makes total sense that we meet her doing trad wife, traditional wife content. And then we realize that she's a Trump supporter and don't want to be, and she's like a flame. I don't want want these labels. And she's, so I don't want the labels. I don't want to be associated with the LGBT community. They nasty. They are nasty to her. It literally was a lot of gay people and a lot of fucking trans people wearing her out. She was going viral on the gay platforms with people just wearing her out in the comments. Actual gay people, not even gay and trans people, not even people outside the community, even though they was doing it too. But it was literally her own community. Do you think Flame falls into disrespectability? Do I? I think you can be trans and if you fall in it just because you're trans. I think there's a level to it. Yeah, there's a spectrum to that. But I feel like she falls in more of just being contrary. There are people who are exploiting being contrary. No, I think that she is. I think that she is. I think her. I don't think it's a. I don't think that they're that smart to do that. Black cover boy. I don't think that Sexy Red. I don't think that. Um. I don't think that they're that smart. To be honest, if I'm to tell the truth, I don't think that they're smart enough to understand. Like when Sexy Red said, "I want to get we love Trump in the hood. We got them stimulus checks." I don't think Sexy Red understands that Democratic Congress people, the House, not Congress, yeah, the House, House of Legislature, the House of Representatives, that they are the ones who gave the money and that Trump and Republicans were trying to block it. I don't think that they are smart enough to say that. I think they believe it. I don't think they're saying it to be shocking. I think they believe it because they're not educated about the political system. So, which is exactly why Trump wanted his name signed on the um which is why Trump wanted his. I know who you were talking about. I'm just giving you another example. That's why Trump wanted his name signed on the check, so the dumb people can be like, "See, Trump gave us a stimulus check." People who are not following politics or don't know how it works. I don't think Miss Netta is smart enough to be like, "Oh my God, I want to be a shock. I want to say this stuff because I want to be a shocker." I think she is a Trump supporter, like many other Black people who, I think she's a part of that who because they don't like certain parts of the left, they fuck with Trump. Trump wanted his name on the checks bad, absolutely. I can only go by how she talks, and when I hear her talk and how she comprehends things and how she says things out of her mouth. That's how I judge people's intelligence. What their brain does to information and how they convey information. So I don't know what degree of unintelligent she is, but she's unintelligent to me. And she might be smarter than what I think, but I don't. Yeah, I think that she is. Yeah, ignorant. Yeah. Miss Netta probably never even voted that part. She just be talking child. Yeah, I believe that. Sexy Red gives me, she saw Trump name on the checks and thought it came from his personal check account. Thanks, Trump. Yeah, anyway. So I think that is an important I think my point about Miss Netta is she comes to us doing this trad wife stuff. Of course, she is going to give Trump. I just it doesn't surprise me that she's the Trump supporter. It doesn't surprise me at all. She recently was on, and I want to talk about this. She's recently, because I think this is what is missing because of how Miss Netta looks, and people roasting Miss Netta, it can be a distraction to something that I think is important to pay attention to. Um so she was just on the Aunties show, and I think that they are benefiting from the disrespectability politics. The Aunties, just because look at the women that they chose. I think Zeus Network is literally a contrarian TV, disrespectability politic TV. Zeus, all of Zeus Network. That's literally their bag. Let's be trash TV. And these aunties being these mothers, being these like mothers that are bad mothers, that are older women doing these shenanigans online. I don't think no. I don't think Zeus and Tubi are similar in a sense, similar in low budget, but Zeus, there is a particular vitriol. There's a particular trash TV level. Tubi is just low budget. If you want to put your low budget show on our platform, we'll give it to you. But Zeus is specifically going and creating these nasty that old school, like that Jerry Springer, similar to what that kind of it's that old school way that works. We're bringing you trash TV. We're not bringing you classy, high level content. We bringing you the mess. And I think Zeus is particular in that, whereas Tubi is just a low budget platform. I don't think there's tons of stuff that is on Tubi that is not trash. It is like, it's like, oh, we just didn't have a big budget and we could never get on Netflix or Hulu, but we can get on Tubi because Tubi allows it's a smaller platform. It's a low barrier, low budget platform. So Charles and Netta was on the Auntie's little show. And what really, I don't want to say, I was about to say, it kind of broke my heart, but no, I'm not that emotionally invested. But it was sad to me watching it. Not because of the foolery, because I expected the foolery, but y'all have to pay attention how Charles is being positioned and who is paying attention to how Charles is being publicly responded to. So you bitches that are jealous of Miss Netta because y'all don't got a man that's gonna love you publicly. We already had the shit show that was Malik Yoba. Now we have this dude coming on platforms with his assumed trans girlfriend, okay? Whether she's trans or not doesn't really matter. And they are on the platform saying, are you gay? Nigga, you was gay before you got with her. She ain't your first one. They are literally drilling his identity. Like drilling him about his identity. People are laughing at them, yes. Drilling him about his identity. What do you think that effect has on men right now dating trans women who is deciding to be public? What do you think that has how do you think that they are going to respond to that kind of content being platformed? Oh Lord. Okay, so Sweden, I'm about to block you because I read your comment earlier, and I don't. And this is what I'm talking about. What we got into it on the comment section before. Not this comment, but this comment before. But this goes along with that. You are on a trans woman's platform, baby, and you talking hella shit about how we need to leave you alone, bitch. I'm not on your shit. You on my shit. So you're sharing your opinion on my shit, being transphobic on my shit. So who is bothering who, my nigga? Like, who is bothering who? Like, you literally on my live right now after being on another video commenting on my shit. I'm not on your page talking about you, bitch. Why don't you leave me alone? You talk about trans women need to leave women alone. Y'all got enough to deal with. Great. Go on about your motherfucking business. Why you on my shit? This is, but all of a sudden you a victim. You on my shit. I'm not on your shit. I'm on here talking about Netta. I'm talking about trans shit. I'm not talking about you. But you talking about we need to leave you alone. But you literally in my comments being transphobic. Explain that to me. But you the victim? But you the cis woman victim. You are voluntarily here. It doesn't fucking make sense to me. It is crazy. She was in my comments in one of my videos, and she was talking about how y'all need to leave us alone. Bitch, you in my comments. I'm not. It'd be different if I came to your page and I'm selling all this pro-trans shit. You coming to a trans bitch page that talk about queer and trans shit. I've been talking about this shit for 15 plus years. And you talk about we need to leave you alone. Go on about your business. Go on. Take your ass home. It does not, that's just crazy. But you the victim. We bothering you. Get the fuck out of here. Crazy. Anyway, I just had to say that because I remember her name, and you have to have been for you to comment in my live, you have to have been subscribed to me for a while. Because I don't let people who are new subscribers comment in my shit. So you've been here in this space. So you just want to come. I'm not a bitch who need. I have work outside of the internet, and so I make money outside of the internet. So I'm never gonna be kissing nobody ass for clicks and shit. So I don't need you to subscribe to me. Fuck you, ho. I don't need no motherfucker to subscribe to me that hates me. I don't need hate subscribers. You can be contrary. You can have a different opinion. I'm okay with that. But we have argued all fucking day in the comments about your motherfucking ass talking about trans women need to leave you alone. And here you are in my shit. When I said, okay, just block me and leave me alone. I'll leave you alone. Even though I didn't come to your shit bothering you, you under my shit. It's crazy to me. Because I don't care about you disagreeing, but there's a difference between being transphobic and just disagreeing. You can disagree. I'm not tripping about you disagreeing. Say your points, and then we can debate back and forth about our points, about our arguments. But talking about we need to leave you alone and stay out of women's business when you over here in trans women's business, get out of here. So yes, I wanted to point out that I think that there are people, once we get past I think how people are treating Miss Netta is nasty. And I think it has something to do with transphobia, colorism, fat phobia, whatever the things that a motherfucker feel that she should not be. I think all of those things, colorism, transphobia, fat phobia, jealousy, I think it's all them. And like I said earlier, you can be jealous of a motherfucker and you got a lot of shit. I done seen pretty girls who look tons of pretty be jealous of a bitch who got a man. I done seen it. And if you ask any man, particularly a average to ugly man, if he got a pretty girlfriend, honey, bitches will break. If he got an ugly girlfriend that's loyal to him, bitches will break their neck trying to holler at him just because he got a girlfriend. They will tell you, oh, when I was single, they wouldn't even try to holler at me. As soon as I get a woman, they throwing pussy at me. Bitches is jealous. Bitches can be jealous. And butch queens too, but Butch queens, they be bitches too. And they ain't got a man and will hate on you as a trans person because you got a man. You know, that's a man. she was born with what I was born with. They will try to fuck your husband. They will tell your husband your husband be like, I only fuck with women. That's a man. She's still a man. And he respecting your pronouns in your face, calling you she, her, hers, baby. But we'll tell your man you a man quick and in a hurry so he can try to suck on his dick. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted, baby. Them niggas is bitches too. And trans women. Them passable ones, lonely assholes that can't get no fucking man because they too busy charging all of them, which they should be. Too busy charging them to even open up a relationship. And they see you, regular 9-to-5 girl with a man, they will fuck your husband. They will try to get him, even if they don't want to be with him. They try to get him just to get him, just to take him from you. Even if he nothing, just to take him from you. Because how dare you be this ugly, unpassable brick with a man being proud of you, and I'm not. They will take them or try to. But there are people watching. There are people watching how people are responding to Charles. And I think that we got to call that out. Try to fuck him on principle. Mm-hmm. Sure would, cause I'ma get him with my gay self. I take him in and break up happy homes. Work. You know, that's what it is. Y'all see Charles' new body. I don't be paying attention to him that much because they be pissing me off in the comments. So I'm like, I just dip in to see what the crux of this conversation is, and then I dip on out. All right. Just to keep up with what's happening. Hell, Santana even tried to flirt with Charles on the internet. No shade. And I want to say this, and motherfuckers maybe it may be mad about me saying it. That's okay. You'll be okay. Just like I said with about the pretty beautiful girl still being clocky, there is some ugly bitches that is fish. And one of the reasons why, remember what I said earlier, that there are cis women that people think is trans all the time, but we know they cis women by how they move. And that's why in the beginning of Netta, there were some people that was for sure, but there was some people that was like not too sure because they know that there are cis women that look exactly like Netta. There are cis women that look like her. And the fact that Charles was so open and not even responding, and the conversation wasn't about transness, this could easily be a cis woman. So everybody acting like it was a shocker that people were fooled. Bitch, you a lie. That's because you think you know trans people. When I know I done seen them and they online, and I done seen them and they look exactly like Miss Netta and they cisgender. So I know the people. There's some people who while they're not the prettiest thing in the bunch, they're fish. There was a girl I grew up with who she passed away now, but I felt like she was ugly, but she was fisher than all of us. She was tipping through, getting through with the niggas. She and before she passed away, she was on fucking Lil Kim video, and nobody knew her teeth. in the lighters up video, just because Kim was taking camera shots of motherfuckers in the hood, and she was in the hood being fish. But she was ugly to me. But she was fish. Fisher than Fisher Price, baby. Me and my mom was unsure about Netta for the longest time. I've seen many aunties that look like Miss Netta. Many of these it's a whole other topic. Honey, I'm gonna just be quiet because that might get a little spicy. Honey. Listen, there's many of these biracial hoes that if you see their mama, they biracial and look like mixed girls, but honey, you look at they honey, you look at their mama and be or they daddy and be like, ooh. No, you came from that. Be like, oh, I didn't know. I know y'all done seen them biracial people that's like, oh my God, you so pretty. And honey, you see their mama and their daddy, you be like, oh, both of y'all motherfuckers ugly. The white and the black one. Y'all both ugly and y'all just made this beautiful thing. Y'all made this beautiful child. Kim actually has a slight trans aesthetic now with the surge. You know, if we can, that also is a part of it. The advancement of surge and everybody getting the same type of surgeries, the same surgeries that the what's them twins name that killed the old man for his credit card, the Claremont twins. The same surgery that the Claremont twins get is the same surgery that the trans girls be getting. So if everybody getting the same surgery to look alike, the fish and the trannies is gonna be blended together and look exactly alike. So and y'all getting pumped, y'all getting BBLs, y'all getting pumped in a way to make y'all look like y'all sitting in a pumpkin. Where y'all ain't got no definition between the thighs and the hips. It's just pumped. Y'all all looking weird. Y'all looking like fucking lab rats and fucking projects. So if everybody looking like lab rats and projects, it's hard. It's hard to tell the difference. And listen, I think Africana, you are on. That is it. That is a perfect example. In the early days, y'all remember when Flavor of Love came out? They were calling Delicious a man. Only thing that was selling Delicious on her being a woman was that motherfucking body. That body was undeniably sickening. Where it's like, it looked too real to be fake. And it was real. I would say less now, but back in the day, honey, I was like, ooh, that body is sickening. And this is before BBLs was getting real popular. But there was a bunch of people saying that and questioning what you call his tea. You think skinny girls get clocked more because BBLs are so mainstream? No. Only skinny girls that get clocked is if you are not on, to me, if you haven't been on Moans long enough. If you look too lean, I think you can, you looking like Simone Biles in the body with height. I think what makes it, and remember, I said none of this is absolute, but if I'm to judge why people get clocked, I think it's the combination of things that make you get clocked. So if you tall and you got big hands and you got big feet and the shit look veiny and you look lean and hard and you got a jawline and you got an ass apple, you get all these combinations of nigga shit. It's like, girl, what's going on? I'ma clock you. I think when skinny girls get clocked, it's because of the combination of skinny stuff. And like I said, there are cis women with that stuff too, but it's just really rare for them to have all of those things. It's really rare for a cis woman to have all of the trans clocky things. Do you got big hands? Do you got the Adam's apple? Do you got the brow bone? Do you got the jawline? Do you got the broad shoulders and no hips? Do you got the big feet? Do you got, you got what I'm saying? You got all of this shit. Now, is there cis women with some of them things? Absolutely. But it's really rare. Do you think it's easier for big girls to pass? Yes. Certain ones. It depends on how you are shaped. Because there's a difference between a big ass nigga and a big woman. I think the body, you can be big bodied and still be clocky. Because you can be really big up top and them hips is just, you can be really big up top and you're not even big up top where it's soft. It's just big like a fucking linebacker. You can be and then there's a difference between a man booty, a big man booty, and a big cis woman booty. It's just shaped differently. How and it's, and remember, I'm not speaking in absolutes because there's people who, because our bodies come in different forms. There are tons we done seen them go viral. Them girls who ain't got no hips and ass and they built like a fucking McDonald's ice cream cone. Boom, and the back and the rolls and it's big. But that's rare. That is not the normal body shape for a cis woman. Yes, it's some that have that, but that's not the norm. Of course, there's going to be people who fall out the norm. But in general, there is a specific, there are some anthrometrics in the body that that we fall in. And I think that big trans women kind of, when they big, it can kind of muddle those dimensions. Sometimes being too pretty gets them clocked, if that makes sense. Being too pretty. I know what you're talking about, but how can I talk about that? I know what you're talking about. I think it's not necessarily being too pretty, because, honey, you look at, ain't nobody looked at Naomi Campbell and said, "Oh, that's a man." Maybe, but it's rare. She's pretty as hell. I don't think too pretty is. I think being too done. too perfect, I think. But that goes back to what we were talking about with the BBLs. I think the line is blurring now because now with YouTube tutorials on makeup and wigs. I remember, and it might be where I'm from. If you are from Chicago, LA, New York, tell me if this is different there, because it definitely was different in Houston. I'm from Indiana. I grew up in Indiana, Mississippi, Boston. Those are my main grow up areas. Indiana, Boston, Jackson, Mississippi, rural Mississippi. Places that I grew up, Indianapolis, bitches was plain Jane. And especially growing up in the 90s, bitches wasn't wearing wigs. Wearing wigs was old lady shit. When we were growing up, wearing wigs was old lady stuff. Now wigs is popular. You feel what I'm saying? So a cis woman having a wig on now, that ain't gonna get her clocked. Back in the 90s, you having a wig on will get you clocked. You having too much makeup on will get you clocked. In Indiana, you having implants will get you clocked, because regular cisgender women was not getting implants. Especially if you are a black girl, you is not getting implants. So you having these big round ass fucking implant titties, that was strippers. And even back then, strippers wasn't even making tons of money when they had big ass titties like that. The bitches with real titties was making real money. My aunt was a stripper. She was making more money because she had real titties, because that was the norm. Now, meeting a black girl with some implants, that's pretty common. Cisgender black girl with some implants, that's pretty. But back in the 90s, that was not common, particularly in Indiana. Now, if you go to Miami, LA, New York, Chicago, Houston, you might find some chicks that got some implants. You might find some, you know what I'm saying? There's a certain level of done upness that those girls might have. They might wear makeup more, as opposed to some regular girl in middle America. Okay. I appreciate that growing up myself, because to me, it taught me how to be a wash-faced girl. It taught me how to be a plain Jane girl, to where I can do my makeup in a way that just looks regular. That looks regular to where it ain't just done. I gotta be fully highlighted, That wasn't popular back then. But now, for me to go out in public and see cisgender girls with a whole cut crease in their eye, a whole ombre lip, and a highlighter and a contour forehead and contour under here and contoured on and bronzed and that is so normal, because of, I feel like, YouTube and shit. That shit is normal for you to have a full 99 lash, 199 lash, or whatever the lash is the drag queens wear, double stacked. For a cisgender woman to have that was really common. When I was in high school, it was one person. Her name was Keisha Wolf, that did that shit. Who put sparkles and long ass lashes and fully heavy makeup, and they made fun of her. And they were calling her a man. But that's the truth. They now, you see it, honey, they are cut creasing. That kind of makeup has become popular in the same way that BBLs have become popular, and implants have become popular, and fillers. And I done seen cisgender women with so much fillers in their face, they look like they pumped, like an old school trans woman. Y'all ain't seen that? It's just different. So back in the day, you had to have, if you wanted to just tip around and be fish, honey, you got your relaxers, you wrapped your hair in your doobie and combed it down. Once your hair got like your real hair, baby, you was getting through. If you had a decent face and you ain't had no fucking hair on your face and no shadow, you could if you could not wear no makeup and you didn't grow hair on your face, and you had a fire ass rap, you could get through. Especially if you had a little bit of style. That's just what it was. It was what it that's just the way it was, honey. But now, in the way that surgeries has kind of evened the playing field, it's very little difference. The girls are coming through, and the cisgender girls are coming through. It's not that I think that it's a negative thing, but there's a particular aesthetic that everybody that is becoming more accessible. Everybody is starting to get the same noses, that little straight pointed up. Y'all know what I'm talking about, where it's like it slopes like a slide, like it's that kind of, y'all know what I'm talking about. That everybody getting the same noses. They're getting their brow bone shaved, so they're getting their I call it clean puffs, Kleenex tissue nose. You know them little Kleenex, not Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson is old. They used to get the Michael Jacksons, but now it's actually looking real and nice. That Nene Leaks, yeah. Y'all know the puff Kleenex, them little people that look like Whoville characters, that nose. I call it the Whoville nose. What do you think about how the cis girls are saying that BBL look is out of style for them? Yes, but that happens all the time, y'all. That happens. Looks of beauty, like beauty standards shift. It shifts. It shifts all the time. Back in the 80s and 70s, that skinny, flat booty, no ass, no nothing. Sanaya the Icon has a Whoville nose. She does. But that's becoming popular. Back in the I remember, think about who we thought were, you remember when they were saying that Jessica Simpson was getting fat? Look at Jessica Simpson. When they were saying she was getting fat, that ain't fat. Like, remember when they were saying that Beyonce was curvy? Beyonce? What? You remember when that was a talk about, like, that was a talk, and even Eminem was talking about Beyonce's belly? Or when J-Lo ass was big? Hell yeah, J-Lo. Was that big? Beyonce never had a belly. Exactly, but because she wasn't as skinny as like the Kelly, they were saying she was the curvy one. I'm like, what kind of curvy is y'all talking about? Even if you go back and look at people who we did think have a big butt, like Buffy the Body. When we look at those kind of old school King magazine girls and double XL girls, when we saw them, we were like, damn, these hoes got big old booties. But now when I go back and look at them old pictures of them, I'm like, and that's because of the BBL culture now, I'm like, oh, these hoes booties is regular. Trina, yeah. I think that we are in an era where asses are, in the same way in the 80s and 90s, big old Pamela Anderson titties were like in. We are in the time of the ass. The early 20s of this millennial is the time of the booty. And so they're getting their booties augmented. And yes, it's gonna go out of style. Look at Kim K and her sisters. They went from getting BBLs to getting that shit sucked out to where their asses is getting flatter and flatter. The asses now look like bug life. When they're done wrong, there are some really good BBLs that's done really well, really well. Melissa Ford, yes, Melissa Ford body look real regular. Back then, cigarette chic was in. Look at heroin chic. Look at the models being super waif thin, Kate Moss and blah blah blah. Girl, boom. Summer Walker's first one. Ooh, her first one was so pretty. Her first BBL was so nice. And also, there is always going to be a we was talking about it earlier, the being contrarian. Being contrarian. When something gets popular in the hood, in the black community, there is going to be a counter contrarian culture that takes you out of the beauty standard. You hoes is making big asses popular, and the black girls have this shit naturally. Oh nah, it's cute. We gonna listen to Kim K for a decade or so, and start getting BBLs. But the white girls who not aligned with black motherfuckers, they gonna start doing something different. To make you know that's ghetto. They're gonna deem that stuff that ghetto, and it's gonna turn around to where we want flat asses. Lola Monroe ruined her body with her BBL. That's because she was going to the girls that the trannies was going to at the time in the DC area. Um, Lululemon booty, right? They going back to Lululemon booty. Athletica fish. That is funny. Lululemon booty. I don't know why that's tickling me. Hey, Jenny. Speaking of realness, you, Diamond, when I first saw you years ago, you couldn't tell you were trans. Real as water, baby. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I'm real. I think I'm real in passing. I think if you sit and get into me, you'll clock me. I think I'm the type, like, if you just see me on the street, I'm gonna be fish. You ain't gonna get in. But I think if you're around me long enough, you will get in. If you give me like, if you be around me for like 10, 15 minutes and I'm in my zone, first of all, because I don't be trying to code switch like that. If I'm just being me, I'm just being me. Now, if I'm intentionally trying to trick you, then I'm switching it up. But if I'm just out and about, I don't be really trying to not get clocked. I just be kind of just going. And so I think if you're around me for a long period of time, a longer period of time, I think you can get in if you're paying attention. Serena's body was banging too. Yes. And I also think that I think it's a whole package thing, because there's some people that you see online. There's some trans girls that are popular, that are pretty. They're pretty from the neck up. They got the nice hair, they got the nice face, da 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 da. But if you see the whole package, you can get in because they got a masculine body. Oh, I meant tricking. I meant really tricking. I'm talking about intentionally trying to trick you. That's what I really meant. I'm not talking about just passing for safety. I'm talking about tricking. um, do you think you benefit from pretty privilege or light skin privilege? Absolutely, yeah.
I think I'm pretty and I'm light skinned, and we live in a colorless world. Absolutely. I'm sure you would say so. That's just naturally how our society goes by default. Oh, definitely. Um, I think what I definitely benefit from those things, but this is my caveat to that. And this may be problematic, but I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna keep it real. So yes, I do benefit from colorism. I do think I'm pretty, so I can benefit from pretty privilege. That's cool. I can say that. Um, I have pretty things. I don't. I think that when it comes to pretty, I think it just depends on who fucking looking at me. I think sometimes I look pretty and sometimes I look regular. I think if I do all my stuff, I got my cute hair and I got my makeup on, I look pretty, but sometimes I look average. Like if I ain't doing nothing, I can look average. And I can tone it down too. I don't know. It's hard to explain that, but yeah, cool. I'll eat that up. But if we believe in these privileges and these systems that give somebody privileges, okay, okay, cool. If we believe that, then we also believe that there are things that oppress us, that the systems that we talk about give privilege, that there are things that gives you disadvantages. So how do I reconcile colorism privilege and the disadvantage that comes with being trans? Because being not cisgendered is a disadvantage in this world. Transphobia exists. Being a black girl, being, yes, in the black community, colorism, because this is another thing about colorism too. It's not that it doesn't affect the whole community, but me as a black girl, as a light-skinned black girl, I can only go by my experiences. Okay? The people who benefit me the most when it comes to my color is men. When I think about the things that I get from people, now there's some things that I may not know that I'm getting, but when I can see it and feel it, it is from men. It is not from women. I actually have, because I'm a light-skinned girl, there's a lot of shit that I felt because I was light-skinned, I got negativity from women, particularly if they're dark-skinned and don't like light-skinned girls. That when I come in the room, just because I'm light-skinned, they think I'm stuck up and don't want to fuck with me. There are so many people in my life who have come to me and said, "Oh, I thought you was going to be stuck up. You actually kind of down to earth and cool." And whatever that assumption is about me can put me in a position where I'm not benefiting from these women. Now, men definitely feel it. When I transitioned from being a boy to a girl, it was night and day. Because as a light-skinned boy, you being light-skinned don't benefit you. To women, yes, you're light. The women will fetishize you. But when it comes to the world, you being a light-skinned male says you are weak and motherfuckers can punk you and you are weaker than the dark-skinned boys. Being dark-skinned makes men look more masculine, tall, dark, and handsome. Being dark-skinned make men, being light-skinned as a man make you more feminine. And that's colorism too. But as my experience as navigating the world as a younger gay male, younger gay little boy that wasn't having sex, gay as hell, but I wasn't having sex yet. As a gay boy, and then as a gay male for a very short time, and then as a woman, it is a night and day feeling when it comes to the privileges that you get as a light-skinned woman in the black community. I don't really feel it outside of the black community. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. It might be some unknown, unseen, unrealized things. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. I know that that exists. But me feeling it and knowing that this is happening, I'm still getting followed as a black girl because I don't feel like I read as a non-black person.
you might read me as mixed. You might read me as biracial. I'm not, but you might read me as that. Okay, cool. But I'm not, you don't read me as white. And so when people, and people don't really read me as like other races. They read me as a black girl. And so when I come into a store, I get followed. When I come into, you know what I'm saying? I still get that kind of black experience. So it doesn't feel like I'm benefiting from colorism in outside of black spaces. In black spaces, yes. When in my family, I felt it. I have a color struck family. So in my family, when you are a light-skinned person in my family, they gon' treat you like a princess, treat you like a prince. They gon' treat you good. So I felt it in that way, and I felt it with men. When I transitioned to a woman, that is when men started to say shit like, oh, I don't even fuck with dark-skinned bitches. I only fuck with red bitches. Oh yeah, you can come in the club if they didn't clock me. You can come in the club, but them dark-skinned bitches can't. That's when I started to see it and feel it and know it. When I became a woman. Where I'm like, oh, this side, I knew colorism in a way when I was younger because I'm the lightest of my brothers. So I would see how they would call my youngest, darkest brother a monkey. They would never call me that. And they're doing it playfully. It's not like they're saying, oh, you look like an ugly monkey. No, they would be saying, oh, look, you look like a cute little monkey. Nobody would call me that. Nobody ever would call me that in my family, but they would call it to my darker brother. When we would get dressed up for Easter as a little kid, this is actually how I literally realized what color. I didn't have the language of colorism, but how I realized the difference in our color. It was my brothers. We would get dressed up for Easter, and when people would see us, all three of us together, and people would see us, they would say something positive about me because I was the lightest one. So they would say, "Oh, he gonna be a heartbreaker. He gonna be cute. You ain't gonna be able to keep the ladies off of him." Now, mind you, I am a queer little boy, so whatever he's saying, I don't give a fuck about because I like boys. So girls liking me, I don't give a care. So that's the reality of the situation, but they don't know that yet. And I haven't, you know what I'm saying? It's not like I came out, but I would hear them say that, oh, he gonna be a heartbreaker. So these are positive affirmations of my attractiveness. When I'm dressed up in my suits, I don't want to be in a suit. So I want you to understand the reality is I'm not comfortable at all. But I know that they're intentionally complimenting me. My middle brother, now I have curly hair, but my middle brother has curly hair. So if we're talking about grades of hair, he has the better grade. He's not as light as me, but he has the better grade of hair. So when they would talk to him, they was like, oh, he caramel. Now he's light skinned, but he's not as light as me. And so when they would talk to him, they was like, oh, he caramel. He gonna break hearts too. And he gonna have, look at all that curly ass hair. He got good hair. Look, it's all soft and curly. So they're affirming him. When they get to my younger brother, it wouldn't be a thing. They wouldn't say negative, but they wouldn't respond to us. They wouldn't respond to him in the same way that they responded to us. You feel what I'm saying? So when I would see that, I know he may be, well, we talked about it now, so I know he noticed it, but I didn't know if he noticed it, but I noticed it. And so one of the reasons why me and my brother are so close now is because when he was younger, I intentionally combated that. So if you ask my brother who gave him his confidence and self-esteem, he will tell you me. Baby, it wasn't a time in his life that I wasn't telling him how handsome he was and how fly he was and getting him fly and blah blah, because I was doing it as a caring sibling who noticed the difference in how he was being treated different than us. So that's my first time understanding how colorism worked in our family, my mother had told me, because my mother is the darkest of her siblings. And so my mother had kind of tipped me off in conversations, and then I'm paying attention to our family kind of doing it. Even her, even though she's a dark-skinned woman, well, not a dark-skinned woman, y'all don't see my mama, but she was the darkest of her siblings. So the way she was raised me was like she was dark-skinned. Even though she wasn't. She was like, especially when we came, this color shit is so stupid. Anyway, especially like when we came to Mississippi, up north, my mother was making it seem like she was dark skinned, but when we came to Mississippi, they were making my mom, like, it was the first time that I heard somebody call my mom red. Like, people call me red all the time because of my color, but nobody called my mom red. They up north, they called her brown. But when we came to the South, they were calling her red. And so it shifted my mind about, it's like, oh, then it must be different regions of who people consider light skinned. Because because even my mother's man, Charles, Charles, the dinner's ready. My mother's man, he was saying, yeah, we all considered your mom when we were younger, your mom light skinned. And I was like, oh, but my mom didn't consider herself light skinned because she was comparing herself to her cousins, her sisters. They were technically her cousins, but they were raised in the same house as her, and they were all light skinned like me. And so because she was the darkest one, they treated her negatively because of it. And so yeah, so what I wanted to say, the caveat is, yes, I do believe colorism exists. I don't believe it. I know it exists. But I'm also a trans woman. So there are doors that are slammed in my face all the fucking time. And so while if you compare me to another trans woman, colorism can benefit me more than her. Like if you compare me to a dark-skinned trans woman, you can see some colorism benefiting me. But if you compare me to a cisgender dark-skinned woman, I don't think that privilege helps me unless they don't know I'm trans. If they know I'm trans, that light-skinned shit goes out the door. Who cares? It doesn't matter. We're still going to pick the cisgender dark-skinned girl. Does that make sense? So sometimes it's hard for me to know when them privileges is kicking in and when them disadvantages is kicking in. Because, I know colorism exists, but I know transphobia exists too. And motherfuckers ain't just slamming down my door for opportunity just because I'm light-skinned. Because I've been in the game, even in the internet game, if that was the case, I should be blown up if light skin was the only reason. I know tons of dark-skinned girls that got more followers than me. Or more, you get more privileges, more sponsorships, da-da-da-da-da. Do you see what I'm saying? Does it make sense? It's like I know a bunch of darker than me trans girls who get way more opportunity than I do. So it's almost like, I don't know. I don't know what system is kicking in. And it really just depends on whoever the person that is giving out the privilege. It depends on what they find important. Because if I know that as soon as a motherfucker know I'm trans, I'm not getting no privileges. Well, the privilege depends on the situation. Yes. Are you picky with the sponsorships and deals that you do get? I am. I don't really get sponsorships like that on my YouTube and stuff like that. I get sponsorships on my podcast. Yeah, that's not really, sponsorships don't really work for me.
It just don't, because I'm talking about social commentary stuff. I'm talking about shit that's going on, and I don't know. I don't really do. I'm not willing to compromise my integrity. I'm not about to. If I like something, I'm gonna tell y'all that I like it. But I'm not just going to Joe Scentbird. Like Scentbird. Scentbird is somebody who the Scentbird would sponsor anybody. But I don't really want to sell Scentbird. I want to sell you. I want to show you what scents that I like just because I bought the motherfuckers. I like them, and it's usually in the moment. That part of the internet game, I don't really feel comfortable with. I don't know. It's something about it that feels weird. I much rather do what I do now. Now I do tons of speaking engagements. I do teaching across the country. I do tons of workshops and tons of educational stuff. I want to try Scentbird. I'm more of a teacher, which is what I like. I want to be a teacher. I don't want to be a influencer. Does it make sense? I want to be a teacher. I want to work at colleges. I want to work at businesses and organizations. No, I haven't seen that, Tamara. I haven't. I'm not gonna see it because that level of TV. I'm a that's where my classist mentality come out. I just think that shit is ratchet as fuck, and I don't like it. It's okay, I like a certain level of ratchet, but that kind of ratchet, I don't like it. I don't like that shit. That shit is the violence where the violent ratchet I don't like. Y'all running around fighting each other like men, and I don't know if that's patriarchy or I don't know what it is, but I don't like that shit. I don't like it's embarrassing to me. I don't like when people put that out. Yeah, Ray J has a show with trans women. Him and Sydney Starr produced it on Zeus. Trash TV. But yeah, it's embarrassing to me. I think it's embarrassing. And I think I know the hustle. I understand the hustle. Get your money. But I feel in the same way like Jerry Springer. There was something important about it in its time, but it still was a negative stain on our history. I think it did harm. I think it did harm to our image that we had to undo. And I think that, like Sydney Starr, I think people like her. I don't even want to say that. It's a slippery slope. Because then it gets into respectability politics, and I don't want to do that. But yes, if I'm to be honest, and if I'm to be honest, this is where my respectability politics, and we all have something that we're working through. So this is where it works, where I have to work through it because it feels like it sets us back. It feels ratchet, and I may not have the right language. It feels it just feel low class. It just feels like, I guess people can say that I guess people can say that about, not I know I don't guess they do. I know they do. People cisgender women say that about basketball wives, the girls on basketball wives. They say it about the girls on reality TV. It's just the image of black women on reality TV and blah 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 blah. That's how I feel. And I think on some level that can be problematic in classes and respectability politics, but I haven't worked through that yet. And I think me seeing trans women in their deep ass voice fighting each other, oh, I don't know. It's cringy as fuck, and I can't watch it. I can't watch it. It's cringy as fuck. It's like this does not help us at all, baby. Y'all is running around fighting like men, brawling like men, and I'm an old school binary bitch. I'm an old school binary girl. So there is
And you know, there's a certain alignment that I align with classism, like being church lady and honey classy. There's a time and a place. Yeah, you might catch me twerking somewhere at the club, but you ain't about to catch me twerking at work. You ain't about to catch me twerking at an event. I'm a tipper, baby. If you see me at a fucking conference or at an event, baby, you gonna think I'm the first lady of the United States, the first lady of the Kojic Church, not the United States, because I'm a little bit more feminine than that, because they got to wear pantsuits and shit. I'm a little bit, you gonna think I'm the first lady of a Kojic Church, baby, because I'm tipping around classy. My heels ain't too high. My cleavage ain't gonna be too high. I'm gonna look like a church lady that you know be fucking. It ain't too covered up. It's the type of church lady that you know is single at the church. That's how I am, and it's how I was raised. I know it comes from my church upbringing. I'm a person who thinks that there is a certain decorum that you need to be in certain places. There's a time and a place for certain things. And yes, it's a part of respectability politics, and I know when it's important to me. Now, I done seen girls who look, honey, they running around with fishnet shirts and pasties on at the conference. I'm not going to say anything about them, but that could never be me. And I'm also not going to let you say anything about them. That's another thing. So if somebody sits next to me and says, "Oh, she's dressed so provocatively, and why is her titties out? Oh my God." If you did that to me, I'm going to read you. I was like, that's a grown ass woman. That's what I'm going to do. But for myself, I could never dress like that because I think like that about myself. Like I would never want to be salaciously dressed in a professional setting. It's embarrassing to me. That is not classy and it's embarrassing. But I'm not going to let you read nobody because that's a part of my politic. I ain't going to let you read nobody about how they dress. Leave them alone. Now, let me give you a perfect example. So one of my not underlings. Well, I guess not underlings. That's what's the other word for it? Not subordinates. Somebody that works for me. They don't work for me, but they're under my leadership at my organization. What's the word? They don't work for me. I supervise them. Whatever that word is. I supervise them. I am their boss. They came to a meeting during our conference, and they had this short skirt on, so much so that when they sat down, like this part, this is how their ass was doing. Like this is what you could see. That's all. You didn't see the whole booty. You just seen that part. And so when she sat down in the chair, you can see like her ass. And so I'm like, I didn't think nothing of it, but everybody keeps coming to me and saying, "Oh, we got kids in here. Can you tell her?" They're coming to me to do it because I'm the woman over her, and it's easier for them to do it than the men who are saying something. And the girl, there's a woman too. And so when I went over and sat next to her, I said, "Girl, you know your booty's out, girl." And we got kids in here. I'm saying it as a joke. I'm saying it as a joke just to soften it up, to give her the cue, like to give her a nudge and say, "Hey girl, honey, if she was at church, she would have got an usher blanket." Yes. Girl, let's cover you up. She would have, exactly. And so I'm the usher that they brought over to tell her. And so I come over and be like, "Hey girl, you know you got your booty out, girl. Pull it on down, girl. We got kids in here." So I'm saying it all jokingly. But I guess I do it lightly enough to where instead of her taking it as she needs to fix it, she took it as how she responded was, "Oh, girl, you know how I do it." She turned into Megan Thee Stallion. So I had to go another route because I didn't want to embarrass her either. So I was like, so I had to be more direct. I said, girl, look, I ain't tripping about what you got on because we grown, but it's kids in here. And parents is looking weird, girl. It's kids in here and your booty cheeks is out. So you need to fix that. You either need to go up to the room and put some pants on or make sure that it is down because I see your whole ass, baby. And she was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." Da, 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 da. And she got her little thing and wrapped it around her waist. But that's what I'm talking about. So I'm a person who I don't dress salacious. I don't dress like that unless I'm going to an appropriate situation. If I'm going to a beach, I'm going to be in a bathing suit. So of course my skin is going to show. If I'm going to the club, yes, I'm going to have my titties jacked up. And this is also a rule for me too. If the outfit is emphasizing my ass and my legs, my titties won't be out. If the outfit is emphasizing my titties, my ass and my legs won't be out. I like to have it balanced. So for me, if the jeans is tight, the top if the skirt is short and my ass and legs is out, this is gonna be covered up. If my titties is out, my legs is gonna be covered up. That's just the rule that I have. If I'm going to the club, that's when I'm gonna bust out the 4 to 5 inches. Da 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 da. If I'm working and I'm in a business setting, it's gonna be a flat or under 4. It's gonna be somewhere there. I'm not gonna have a high, sexy high heel at work. That's just how I am. Earrings at work. Earrings. I don't think big ass earrings like these. I will wear these to work, but I would not wear. I don't have no earrings in here. I don't have no earrings in here, but anything that's like, I love big ass earrings, but anything big is my casual going to the club shit. Um, um, I like modest earrings. What about hairstyle? Let's talk about hairstyles. So I feel ghetto as hell with colored hair, any kind of color. Like this red, anything that's not a color that grows out of somebody's head. So this red is my favorite red, that kind of orangey brownish red. I love this. This is my favorite red. That kind of ginger. But that burgundy red, that like what is it, 20, is it 27? No, that's not 27. That whatever that burgundy red is, that kind of maroon burgundy red, I feel ghetto as hell in that hair. Anything blue, green, any unnatural color, I can. I remember I dyed my hair green one time just to be kind of spicy, and I felt ghetto as hell. 99J, yeah. Whatever that burgundy hair color is. Oh God, I feel ghetto as fucking that. Anything like blue, anything like purple, anything like any color that's not a growing out your hair color, I feel ghetto. And so I don't wear hair that is like color. I feel ghetto. I don't judge other people, but I feel ghetto with it. But I don't know. Is that true? If I would judge it on myself, would I judge it on somebody else? Not enough to give them consequences. Like if I remember one of my I know it enough to where I'm not going to give somebody consequences behind it. So let me give you an example. So say somebody's worked for me in the workplace and they work for me and they come in and they got a hair that I think would be ghetto on me. I would never tell them, "Ooh, girl, you need to change your hair." Never. I'd be like, "Yes, bitch, wear it out." I would never tell them to change their hair because I feel like that is discrimination in classes. But for me, I would never do it because I think it's ghetto. I would never do it for me, but I would never say something to somebody else about their hair. I think oh, this I'm gonna put another piece of hair on. And then yeah, this hair is ghetto as hair to me. Hold on. No, I love dreadlocks. I don't think about dreadlocks in a negative way. Oh shit. Let me see if I can find this wig. I don't know where the other one is, but this is one. Any hair like this. Any hair that looks anywhere like this. This is like, I'm sure if I styled it, it might be cute, but any hair look like this, I'd be like, girl, take that shit off. This is rude. Any hair that look like, and I can't find, I don't know where it is, but 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 any any hair that is giving this kind of bangy, it's any hair like this with color, ooh, especially if it got especially if it got those like those tracks that just like be one color right here. That be like one color and baby, listen, you will never catch me out nowhere trying to give this. This is crazy. Like, no. It just doesn't look good on me. It just doesn't fit me well. Anything that gives Mary J. Blige give ghetto. I don't know. Some stuff be giving cute. So I was gonna. So this it looks a mess because it's just watch. So there was. I've actually y'all have seen this wig before. Y'all just did. It was done. That's the difference. Y'all have seen. I've been live with this wig on my head. Y'all just it's just not done right now. So I didn't have time to actually do it. But this is literally just like a mullet pixie haircut. And when you curl it and make it look cute, it's cute. but but like this, it look like look, it's giving honey curly, wet, and wavy. But no, it looks like it's that kind of it's like a mullet pixie. And it's cute when you do it. But imagine shit like this. Anything like this, anything, especially if it got some color in it, like some blue or some burgundy or blonde, even. Oh no, I do not live for that. It is my life. I do not like it. It makes me feel like, honey, Keisha Cole. 90s party cap. Yes, child. I don't like that. So let me find a good wig. There is one that's worse than this. I don't know where I put it. And I have a whole drawer of wigs. But I don't know where I put it. Where is this fucking wig, man? Where is my? There is a. Is this the one? Mm-mm. I'm gonna come back. There is a. Hmm. See if I can. I literally cannot find it. But yes, all right. She's back. So yes, I hate that hair. I can't find the worst one. There is a worse one. I thought I looked at my wig drawer. I must have threw that bitch away. I must have finally threw it away. Oh, I can show y'all a picture of it though. I can definitely show y'all a picture. Cause I had did a picture. I took a picture in it, but I rarely baby, I said I look auntie as fuck.
This is it. Auntie, baby. Banji auntie. Rich auntie, but Banji auntie. So I used to own two of these. This green one and then one with like a orange, it's definitely giving Cora, baby. I feel Banji in this, baby. there's this one is green. This one is green, yes. This one is green, but it's also a one that I have that's like a copper orange, like a 30. Yeah, like a 30, like or a 33. Which one is the 33? Is the 33 the orange one? But it's like a real burnt orange. This is Banji, honey. Banji down. But I never, yeah, I feel ghetto in here. It's definitely giving Cora from Tyler Perry movies. Tamala Man, baby. But I feel ghetto as hell in it. It makes me feel hood. It makes me feel ghetto. So I don't wear my hair like that. My favorite kind of hair, and you only gonna see me in this hair. Short blonde. If I'm short, I want it to be blonde, like platinum. Short blonde. Shoulder length red. Red like this. It's either gonna be shoulder length like this, like if it's straight or wavy, it's gonna be like this, or it's gonna be curly, my big curly hair. That's gonna be red. If it's curly, I want it to be red. Or long and black. It's gonna be long, either bust down straight long or body wave long black. Those are the only hair. If you go through I'll try some stuff sometimes just to give, but my main hair that I love that I'm gonna repeat over and over because I know what looks good on me is either gonna be short blonde, medium length, curly or wavy red hair, or long black. Like not black like it's in like a 1B, but like a 4. Black, like 1B black look. That bad wig was fucking dark like that. 1B. But give me like a 4, like a dark brown. Yeah, dark, like a 1 and 1B, they be looking too dark on me. I don't want no red. No red. No red, no burgundy red, blah blah blah. But yes, anyway, why I was saying that was that how I dress feels Banji. And so those shows like that makes me cringe because it feels ghetto. It feels embarrassing. I get secondhand embarrassment watching it. So no, I would never watch those shows because it gets too Benji for me. Even when the cisgender women, I like them to read. I like the reading, but when they get to fighting and jumping on each other, I don't like that. I don't like that. That's one thing about like Cardi B. When she first came out, I was like, I really like her because I want her to read you, but I don't want you to be fucking fighting. That's so ghetto. Like, calm down, just read. Like I like y'all to read each other. Like I like and this is why I liked Phaedra and Nene. And you get what I'm saying? I like you to have a spicy mouth. Like I don't like the Cynthia Baileys. I don't like them where they kind of push over. They're feminine, but they kind of push over. I like the the Southern Belle messy church lady, like Phaedra. Or, I think Nene is Banji too. What about straight back braids in the individual braids in the workplace? I don't really be tripping. I think
How I think about your braids is the neatness of them. If they're cornrows and they're neat and done in a fire ass design, I think I like them. But if they fucking not neat, if they look like bitch, you running coming to work looking like Jim Jones, bitch, get the fuck out of here. You need to get your hair done. I need them to be neat. Would you wear them to work? I would wear braids, individual braids. Like I would not wear cornrows. I think that's masculine. Cornrows give me 90s thug. Yeah, I need your braids to be neat and tight and you know, fish. So this is me with Senegalese braids. So I'll do braids like that. I wouldn't do the little mo braids. You talk about like um who is it? Um her superwoman braids. No, I would never do that. That feels ghetto to me. On me. I like it on other people. It just feels ghetto on me. It doesn't read feminine. It reads hood and ghetto. And I don't like that look for me. I'm trying to find some pictures where I got braids. Long straight backs. Yeah, I would never do that. That's ghetto to me. For on me. You remember the girl on Baby Boy at your vet's job? Look, oh, I, this is this is where my class sometimes my class's self comes out. This is y'all digging deep into my class's bag. I actually have never watched Baby Boy. It is one of the most ghettoest movies. I know the general story. I know him and because I've been over somebody's house while I was on, but actually sitting and watching it, like sitting and watching Baby Boy, no. No. I know what goes on. I know him and Yvette, they got a child. I know that they have a toxic relationship. I know that Tyrese's character, mama is a young mama that's trying to be like, nigga, you grown. I'm trying to swerve with my man. So he has a clash with her boyfriend. I know that the chick is trying to sleep with him to take him from Yvette. I know that, and Snoop Dogg is trying to holler at Yvette. I know the basic storyline, but I can't tell you any details other than that. I know they got a baby and she love him and they argue, break up to make up kind of sex relationship. I hate you, Jody. That I know the general idea, but me sitting down watching Baby Boy all the way through, not gonna happen. Is that her name? Yeah, I don't even know. I thought her name was what's her name? How you say her name? Cause I don't it ain't Yvette. It ain't I thought it was Yvette. I know it's Jody and what's her name? Yeah, Baby Boy is a ghetto classic. Yeah, now I have watched like Friday. Um that's a ghetto classic too. I don't know. It's certain things that just feel y'all, this is a character trip. Like Yvette. Okay. Um what other one? So I know they were serious, but it reminded me of the Don't Be a Minute sipping on gin and juice. Like the Wayans brothers, you know how they were spoofing ghetto movies? That's what, when I watch Baby Boy, that's what it feels like. It feels like a spoof. It feels like a spoof of blackness. I don't know. It just feels, it's too much for me. And that is where my class come out. I want those people to be free, but I don't want to live by those people. I want those people to be free. I want them to have health care. I want them to have a livable wage, but I don't want them people in my neighborhood. I don't watch the Chitlin Circuit movies. Some of them, yes. Like I don't watch Color Purple. Anything that's in the Gen X Boomer era, I don't watch it. But my era, millennial, that's when gangster rap and that hood stuff started to really, really come up. That's when it started coming up, and I hadn't worked through my classes, my class analysis, so I was very much like, "What is happening? This is too ghetto for me." Any Don't Be a Menace. I've never watched. Have I? Not enough for me to tell you what happened in the story. I've never watched Jason's Lyric. Um, I've been in the room while other people was watching it and I'm on my phone. What other like hood classics? I have watched Soul Food. I love Soul Food. What else? I don't know. It's just certain ones that I just can't fuck with them. So no, I haven't watched Baby Boy. It's a baby no. Yvette. I have watched Boys in the Hood. But I haven't watched it more than twice. And so I don't know. I think I've only watched Juice once. I know what's happened. I know I can tell you what happened in Juice, kinda, but it's been so long ago. But basically, let me see if I can give you a general. It's four friends. They do something wrong. I definitely have watched New Jack City. I love New Jack City because I had a crush on Wesley Snipes. So I loved him. I definitely have watched Player Clubs because Lisa Ray was my bitch. My name is Diamond because of Lisa Ray in Players Club. That is why my name is Diamond. I have watched Set It Off, but Queen Latifah playing a queer woman, of course my gay ass is gonna watch that. I have no idea what King of New York is. Never seen it in my life. Oh, I have watched Belly because I had a crush on DMX. And I had a crush on Taj is what Tajal. What's the girl? The dark skin girl, Keisha, dark skin Keisha. I had a crush on her too, but prior to her being Keisha, because she was a singer. So I loved her. Juice, yes, but Juice because I had a crush on Tupac. If I like the dude in the movie, I don't watched it. Two can play this game. What is that about? I got the hookup. Oh, y'all getting deep in the chitlin circuit. No. Y'all getting deep. No. Yeah, these sound like I think I have watched Two Can Play This Game. Is Vivica Fox in Two Can Play This Game? Is that Vivica Fox? No, no, Vivica Fox is Booty Call. No, that's Tisha Campbell is Booty Call. Who is Booty Call? What is Two Can Play This Game? I done seen Woo. I saw Woo with Tommy Davidson and Jada Pinkett. Vivica Fox is too. Okay, so if Vivica Fox is in that, I've seen that. Yeah, him and Gabriel. I have seen that. About it. No, definitely not. That sounds like nothing.
That sounds like nothing I would watch. I did watch Woo, but Woo has a trans girl in there or a drag queen. No, she's trans. Lena is trans. Lena Bradshaw. Celestial, the girl that plays Celestial. And I love Jada Pinkett. Baby, I got the hookup is beyond ratchet. I got the hookup sounds ratchet. That sounds like some No Limit Soldier shit. I remember Diamond hated Baby Boy. Yes, I don't watch Baby Boy and hate Baby Boy. Yes, I'm glad you remember. That's late to me. It feels like a caricature. It's Master P movie. Then I probably didn't watch it. That's another thing. Any album that looks like old Master P albums, I don't listen to those. Like that, you know how Master P had a specific look of his cover? He had like maybe a car and a girl with her ass tooted up, or the word he had the covers of Master P albums looked a certain way. Any album that looked like that, I did not watch. Yeah, with diamonds and shit on them, no. Mm-mm. I'm not listening to this ratchet ass shit. I may listen to a song, but I am not. Get out of here. No Cash Money, no. Now there were certain times where you just couldn't get around it, but they ain't getting my money. What about The Best Man? Nope. Y'all are shining a light on my anti-blackness. Oh, movies are where my anti-blackness come up, baby. That is where it shines through. Oh, baby, I have never watched The Best Man, Love and Basketball, any shit like that. No, never. I can kind of tell you what happened in certain, like it's been playing while I have watched Love Jones. If it got a dude that I love in it, I done watched it. And Lorenz Tate is fine. And so I done watched Love Jones. And plus I don't consider Love Jones ghetto. Love Jones was artsy, it was smart, the writing was really good. I just talked about Jason Lyric. I've never watched that. I've watched it, but I only probably once. I probably not even watched the whole thing through. I know you don't watch Power, baby. You know I don't. Late. Horrible. Definitely not my speed. Definitely don't watch no damn Power. That is anything that's in that Power vein. Really anything that is real nigga centered. Hood nigga centered, baby. I have watched Boomerang. But I don't consider Boomerang like ghetto. It is a particular narrative that is being told that makes me feel. I definitely have watched Baps because I love them. I love the two girls. I love Holly and what's her name? The girl that's in it, the brown skin girl. What about TV shows? Moesha hated Moesha. Didn't watch it. Love Martin. Martin is my shit. Didn't really. I've watched a couple of episodes of Girlfriends, but I never got into it like that. But I do. I've watched a couple of episodes, but I hated it's certain things about it that I don't like. Like I don't like Maya. Maya's girl, hell no. Just they feel fake. They feel like I don't know. They feel like characters and characters in a way that's embarrassing, and I don't like it. But I love Martin. Martin is love, and it's ironic because I know Martin's characters are characters, but it coming from a comedic space, it felt more genuine. Yeah. Natalie, Natalie. Yes, I loved her. Sister. I never really got into Tia and Tamara like that. So no, not sister. What else? I didn't care for Moesha. No. I did watch Thea though. Her first sitcom. Who else? The Game, definitely. Never. I have never watched one episode of The Game. That's how I felt about the TV show The Game. Never watched The Game. Never. Stop. I don't even know. I don't even know anything about The Game to even say if it's ghetto or not. Nothing. Um, Lynn was a hippie. I rewatched the full series of Girlfriends when it was added to Netflix. I was upset with the series. The Game was so cringy to me. Fresh Prince. Oh, I definitely watched Fresh Prince, but I didn't consider Fresh Prince ghetto. It didn't feel ghetto. Um, I did watch a couple of episodes of The Parkers. Um, a thin line or a thing line. What'd you say? Um, I have watched a thin line, like a thin line between love and hate. I did watch that. I don't feel like that's ghetto. Yeah, I did watch Thin Line. Same. Some of the male actors on The Game were cute as fuck though. Yeah, I just had no interest in the actresses or the actors on The Game. I just never. The whole. I don't. I literally don't know what The Game is about at all. Like nothing. I think The Game is a spinoff of Girlfriends. Oh, I love the Parkers. Yeah, the Parkers was cool. I did watch a couple. I didn't watch every episode, but I did watch a couple of episodes of Parkers. Um, Brandy's Brandy's name of the game was Chardonnay. That should tell you enough. The Parkers was funny. I love Monique. I understand. I actually chose this year to go back and watch Black classics. I missed growing up. The Game was boring to me. Constance can sing down. None of the men in the game were my type. Yeah, I don't think so either. There's types. There are dudes, and I think this is about the dudes in the game where they're not my type, but I know if I met them in person and they flirted with me, I would have them. But they're not my type. Like they're cute enough to have, but not. I'm not gonna be like, ooh, no. Definitely the Cosby Show. Cosby Show wasn't ghetto. What did you watch? What did I watch? As far as movies, I watch all kinds of stuff. I don't know. I watch all things that were well written. But yeah, I liked Boomerang. I liked it was a certain hood classics is what I really didn't watch. Regular black movies, I love those. It was hood shit. Um, I loved A Different World. Yes. I didn't watch all of A Different World, but I loved A Different World. Um, I think with the new generation, like when the Jada Pickett came, I think I fell off when it was that. But when it was like Cree, um, Cree, Denise, Don, when they were on it, the early Whitley, the early ones, I liked it. She watched Boys Meets World and Full House. I did not. I hated that. I hated those little girls. They were the Olsen twins have always been ugly to me, even when I was little. I did watch Saved by the Bell because I liked Lark Voorhees. Um, A Different World inspired me to go to college. Yeah, I can see how that. I can see how that's actually was a lot of people they inspired to go to college. Who else y'all got? I'm trying to think of. Yeah, it's really movies and shit. When it's too ghetto, I can't. I'm not gonna be entertained because it's gonna feel what it is. It feels like a caricature of black people, and I don't like it. It feels like a character. What's your favorite movies? Oh, I don't know. I have tons of favorite movies. Shit. I don't know. I have too many favorite movies. I have too many of them. Color Purple. Um, I don't know if we talk about like classics like that. Lord of the Rings, I like shit like that. I love adventure. Give me magic and adventure or futuristic shit. Oh, I've watched everyone of Living Single. I love Living Single, but I don't consider that ghetto. Like Living Single, Martin, um, Living Single, Martin, and like Fresh Prince, Living Single, Martin, Fresh Prince, like that. I don't consider that ghetto. I could that it felt like they brought culture. It wasn't just I'm being hood. It felt like they brought culture, like and different world. Like you gave like different world had the nerdy black girl with Cree Summer. They had the country black girl with Whitley. They gave you different varieties of black people. And then even with Martin, you got Gina, Pam, and Tommy and Cole, and even his characters was funny, but they were going through it didn't feel ghetto. Um, were you more Max, Khadijah, Regine, or Sinclair? Definitely not Sinclair. I feel like I'm a Max. I feel like I'm a Max, but there's a part of me that is Regine too. I really feel like I'm a Kyle. there's a Max and a Kyle in me. There's I feel like Kyle and Regine is the same person, just in a one is a male and one is a woman. There's something overlap with Kyle and Regine. I just don't feel Kyle is as it might be misogynistic. I don't know. There's some overlap between Kyle and Regine. There's some kind of overlap. There's a little bit of Overton in me. If you give Overton some um not being so stupid, sometimes he can be real stupid. Yeah. But if you give Overton some intelligence, but how Overton nerd out about stuff and his loyalty, I think that's me. Um, they both were bougie characters that are self-centered but have a sweet, fun side. Yeah, there's some kind of overlap of Kyle and Regine, but there is a ditziness that in Regine that Kyle doesn't have. That's why I said I'm more of a Kyle. I don't think I'm ditzy at all. I don't think I don't think that's not me. There's a ditziness to Regine that's like that I don't have. So that's why I said I'm more of a Kyle. But I think they're the same person, just one is a man and one is a woman. When it comes to their bouginess, I do have a bougie quality of me that I try to I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to say I try to get rid of, but I don't think it's a judgmental bougie. I don't think I'm bougie in the sense that I like luxury shit and I like fancy dining and looking fancy and being a lady who lunch, but I don't judge other people for not being it's not a bougie that makes other people beneath me. I don't think. I try not to be that. I think Regine plays up that airhead stuff to try and catch men. Yes, and I hate that. I hate doing that. My homegirl, Brianna McCree, she is amazing at that. Amazing. She is, we jokingly say she's cutting on her baby girl. It's like a persona, a baby girl persona, and she's amazing at it. And she just does it like it's nothing. I'm not good at it because I hate that person. Like I don't like being that person. I can see how effective it can be for men, but I don't like it. It feels like I'm dumbing myself down. It feels like I don't know. It feels like I am betraying my feminism. I don't think I like Insecure, but I enjoyed it. I liked Insecure. I loved Insecure. Actually, I loved Insecure. I did watch In the House, but it didn't feel like it was ghetto. I don't. It didn't feel ghetto, but it had Debbie Allen in it. She ain't gonna be in nothing ghetto. I don't think I like. Wait, I already read that. I do it when I want them to do something for me, like manual labor. Hmm. um, if I'm being honest, I think that's where colorism benefits me. Because when I'm with a man, I don't really be having that. Some of the stuff that I hear girls going through, and I just chalked it up to colorism. I don't know if that's the case, but some of the stuff that I hear girls going through, I don't be going through. Like, ain't no nigga ever asked me to pay for a date that he took me on. Ever. I ain't never had nobody sue. Can we go half on this date? I ain't never had that happen to me. I ain't never had no man ask me what I bring to the table, like on some like interview. We were on a date and he was like, "Oh, so what do you bring to the table?" Ain't never asked that. I ain't never had to ask a man to like. I don't have to be. I don't have to like boost up femininity to get a man to do stuff for me. They just do it. And I don't know. That could be pretty privilege. It could be whatever. I just be like, I say what I want, and they do it. If they like me now, if it's somebody that don't like me, then maybe. But I don't even try to get stuff from people that don't like me. I try to get stuff from people who like me. And usually when men like me, they do what I want. When you need computer help. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, I know I believe people when they say it happens to them, but I ain't never. I've never had a man ask me to pay for a day or any kind of 50-50 like that. I've never paid for a date unless I voluntarily said, we're gonna go here and I got you. Don't worry about it. Like I have to do it. I have to say it. Like my friend, I don't show him on the channel. My friend Denithan. When I'm out with Denithan, I don't pay for shit. Denithan pay for everything. But sometimes if say that I'll call Denithan and be like, hey, I want to go to the movies. Because Denithan will pay for everything. If he's broke, he'd be like, "Oh, I'm broke. Let's wait till this weekend. That's when I get paid." Da 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 da. And sometimes, if I want to go see it and I want him to go with me, I'll say, "Nigga, I didn't ask you. Did you have some money? I asked you, do you want to go to the movies? I'll pay for it. Don't worry about it." We'll be in that kind of situation. But normally, he pay for everything. It don't ever be. Um, I've just never had nobody ask me to pay 50-50. But it makes sense. I can see that. And usually if I'm in a situation with a man that I don't know, I'm usually with girls who know how to do that. Cause I'm not, I'm yeah, I don't have practice in doing that. I don't have practice in it. It feels it feels it feels very awkward. Even when I was an escort, it felt awkward. Oh baby. Girl. I was more a dom in my escort life. So I cutting on a baby girl just wasn't it just wasn't in my personality. I'm more of a dom type of girl. Oh my god, I can't do this. girl. It's not. Oh, I can't put that on. Yeah, I'm like that in my real life. In real life, not just when I deal with men, I'm more of a femme dom. Like, let me. I'm gonna ask you what I want. Oh, you're not gonna do it? I'm that type of person. Like, I ask you for what I want you to do, and then if you give me resistance, then my response is, "Oh, well, baby, take me home." So, because I'm on the wrong date, or I'm with the wrong man. I'm real Shiva 7 about it. Oh, I'm on the date with the wrong nigga. If I if I gotta pay for something, if I gotta sprinkle. If I gotta if you tell me you can't do something for me, I'm on the wrong date, honey. I'm with the wrong nigga. All right, baby. Well, let's end this. Let me take you home. You can't take me shopping. Take me to the house because I need to go. I'm spending time with the wrong motherfucker. I need to be with the niggas with the coins that say yes. Where's the niggas with the coins that say yes? I'm walking in the mall with you and you can't buy me what I want. Oh, I'm with the wrong nigga. Something's wrong. You can't afford a date. You can't afford a nice restaurant that's not Cheesecake Factory. Oh, or you think it's gold diggerish if I want something nice? Oh, I'm with the wrong nigga. And I'm not used to men like that. Because I don't want to say they don't exist. I know they exist, but usually men that I'm attracted to are patriarchal as fuck. Like, I'm attracted to hood patriarch niggas. Like, I'm Patrick. I want not. I like patriarchal niggas that want to be the man, that want to treat you like a woman, that wants to be chivalrous, that wants to be the king of the castle. I like that. And that's the type of men that I attract. And so, and I'm classy and ladylike. So I come in, when you come pick me up for the date, I'm gonna be fine. You know what I'm saying? I'm hair gonna be right. I'm gonna look sexy. I'm gonna smell good. I'm gonna be a lady. I'm gonna let you open the door. I'm gonna let you come and open this door for the car. I ain't gonna get out until you come around and open the door up. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stop right here in front of the door until you open it. I'm gonna let you be a man, and that might come with, that might come from my transness. I want to, honey, treat me like a woman, baby. I want all the frills. I didn't transition to be treated like a man. That's not who I am. I transitioned to be diamond girl, so you're gonna treat me like a shiny diamond. Yeah, I've never and then I also come from a country family. And so country men, is something about country men that I don't want to say, I know non-citified men can do that too, but I don't know. Dudes I grew up around, they handle shit. My uncles, I'm not saying that there's all positive, because usually niggas like this, they don't mind putting their hands on you too. They don't mind beating your ass if you get out of hand. But the good side of them is, honey, you ain't got to pay for shit. They're going to be a gentleman. They're going to treat you like a lady. If you're acting like a lady, they're going to treat you like a lady. Countrymen take care of home. Yes. Honey, a nigga not paying bills in the country, in the South, and you the man of the household and you ain't paying bills? That's even if they can't do it and they need their woman to help a little bit because they're fiscally not, they just can't, they're aspiring too.
The goal is to get where I take care of the bills and you take care of home. That's the goal. We might not get there. We might not be there yet, but that is the goal. That's the plan. We both got to work now, but I'm trying to move up and get a job to where I can pay everything. That's the goal. You know what I'm saying? That's how men think that I grew up around. But yes, I don't know. Yeah. So how did we get on that? Oh, living single. Yes, living single. I don't like cutting on the baby girl. I like saying, "This is what I want, baby." My femininity cuts on when you give me what I want. When yeah, that's what it is for me. Like I cut on my femininity when as a reward. It's not as a manipulating factor. It's not it's not a persuasive factor. It is you get me more feminine and open when you give me what I want. I mean, bummy country men are around. I don't like bummy country men. I like working country men that work, but they clean up. I don't like country men that always look dirty, like they a field hand. I like country men that, honey, they gonna come home, their hands is dirty, but they're gonna go get in the shower, get in the tub, and come out and be clean. And when you see them out on the street, they're gonna have on some clean jeans and a clean shirt. And if they dress up, they know how to clean up. They're gonna put the suit on and the hat and they're gonna look good. They know how to clean up and look good when we go out. But they're a working man too, so they know how to work and get them hands dirty and get up under that hood and fix shit and do stuff. They have skills that you could actually benefit from. Oh my God, my car broke down. My car broke down. Oh baby, I can't come right now, but I'll be there in a couple hours. That's the kind of men I like. I'll be there in a couple hours. I got you. Don't worry about it, girl. I'll be there in a couple hours. Or I'm gonna send my cousin over there to go ahead and fix your car. I'm gonna send him over there, and he gonna be there. You gonna be home around 3. He gonna be over there around 3. Fix your car. I need those type of men. That's the kind of men I like. So your Charles is gonna have his dinner ready. Yes, that is definitely something that I do. I definitely cook for my men. I don't like cleaning. My man gonna have to have enough money to pay for a housekeeper. I don't like cleaning. But cooking and fucking I like to do. So we can do, we can do any one of them. I love it. If you give me a housekeeper, I'll be the perfect wife. Hello, Java. I might cook, clean, and still won't fold. That is me. I will clean the clothes and sit them on this side of my bed. And they'll be there for like a week, and then I'll put them up. Week and a half. Hmm. I know what I wanted to talk about. Damn, we in 3. I don't want it to go super long. I guess I'll talk about it Friday or something. Well, no, I got to.
Oh yeah, Friday. Do I go somewhere Friday? Hold on. Where do I go? Friday. Oh, I don't leave till next Wednesday. Okay. Did y'all talk about Kamala yet? We did not. We went really long on Netta, so I'll probably wait. I'll wait to talk about Kamala Friday. I'm gonna do a live on Friday. So, how religious are y'all? So, I was talking to a friend the other day, and I mentioned that no one cared about what bathroom the girls used when Maury and Jerry Springer was featuring us, but magically now that's a big thing. So, what's your point? Because I think I know what your point is, but I want you to go a little bit more. What do you mean? What's the problem? What do I think of it? Okay. When people talk like that, they remind me of black people during the 50s and the 60s who said, now see, look at y'all young people rabble rousing and raising up the white people. We was good over here on our side. When segregation was happening and okay, y'all trying to do all this rebel rising, they weren't even over here bothering us. In the 20s and 30s and 40s in our day, we was over on our side at our black diners, at our black, we was coming up on our own. They wasn't bothering us. We was free. We was from the plantations. We was free. We was doing just fine. Now you young people is just shaking it all up. They wasn't even thinking about us. And now you young people is shaking it all up. Now you got the Klan wearing us out. You got Bull Connors beating us with billy clubs. You're just doing too much when we was just fine. That's what it sounds like to me. It feels like we are you are seeing change, and because we were in the shadows and we weren't asking for rights, and so we were being quiet and just living in the world the way the world was set up for us to live in, even though we were having problems, even though people were being attacked in bathrooms, being arrested and put on sex offender list because of bathrooms. Even back then, it just wasn't getting the news because it wasn't important. But literally, there was a law in New Orleans, and not just New Orleans, but this is the one I know for sure. There was laws in New Orleans that if you were a trans person and you were caught in the bathroom, you were getting a charge and they were putting you on the sex offenders list. They literally just got that overturned. Shout out to Wendy Cooper. But this is what was happening to the girls, that you didn't hear about the bathroom issue because they didn't care about us enough to do news stories about it, to do documentaries about it, to make it a political thing, because we were a subculture of a subculture. And so these things were happening to us, but they didn't care about it enough to make it a big deal. It may not have been happening to you, but it was happening to us, people, us as a people. And so
what we are seeing now is that the public, the culture at large, like the American culture, is now honing in on us. And does that come with some negative? Does that spotlight come with some negative? Absolutely, because we're shifting the culture to a more open and a more open and positive place for us to live. Trans wasn't political at all. Very low threat politically. But now that I've talked about this before, gay marriage was the thing. Gay marriage and the gays were the center of the world, the queer world, from the 90s to particularly the AIDS epidemic. Really pushed gay activists to the fore because of because of the AIDS epidemic. It pushed gay activists, particular gay male activists, to the fore of the political conversation. And then it grows and grows and grows, and then we have the lesbians, then we have like Ellen, you know what I'm saying? So it was nothing but the gay thing. Gay, sexual orientation. It wasn't until we were able to get gay people were able to get married that now what's the next frontier? Us, the little T. And so now that we're the next frontier, it's a political thing now. But back in the day, we were still getting wore out. We still was getting fired from jobs. We still were getting all negative shit that we are getting now. Except now, at least we got some legal discourse. When I was getting fired for being trans, I didn't have any legal discourse to be able to fight them. There was no law that was there for me to use to say, this is discrimination against me. It wasn't until June 8th of 2020 that we, gender identity, trans people, were included in the non-discrimination ordinance that happened in the 60s. That's when they made it official that we are included in that. Prior to that, it was not. 2020, 4 years ago. That's when we were included in that. So prior to that, we were still being wore out and being negatively treated about bathrooms. I was in college in 2002, not 20 nothing, 2002. And they were wearing me out in college about the bathroom. And that was my, no. That was my junior year. And I had been on the campus going to the girls' bathroom with no problem. But for whatever reason, this bathroom, this day, somebody had a problem. So I think that we are seeing it more. We are seeing it more now. And their visibility does come with it's like a double-edged sword. It does cut in the positive and cut in the negative. You know, I think one of the negatives is for example, there's no clean slate. There are trans bathrooms at my school now. I wouldn't use them, but I think that's beautiful for them to have. I'm not using no trans bathroom. I'm using the women's bathroom. And that's how I move. Now, somebody who wants to use that bathroom, I think that's sickening. Wear that out. But I'm using the women's bathroom because I feel like I'm a woman. So I'm gonna use, and I think it's okay for me to be in the women's bathroom. Just like a black girl can use the women's bathroom, just like a fat girl can use the women's bathroom, just like a disabled girl can use the women's bathroom. I'm a trans girl and I can use the women's bathroom. We are just different adjectives, and I think, but we're all women, and I think we all can use the same bathroom. To me,
Um, but remember the trans woman at the, what is that word? The little sign is blocking at the gym not too long ago. Is that gym? What about the gym? But I think there's no clean slate anymore when it comes to men and trans women. So let me explain that a little bit better. Um, Back when I was coming up at Planet Fitness, what about it? What about at Planet Fitness? What happened? Um, Back when I was coming up, I could meet a guy and he doesn't know what trans is. He hasn't talked about it among his group to even have an idea of what he would do if he met a trans woman. Because trans women have become a political conversation, men have set up in their mind of what they would do if they come across a trans woman. That could be violence, that could be well, I don't know, whatever, doing it, whatever. It could be whatever it is that that they are that they have come up with. Because it has been such a cultural conversation, men have had a mindset of what they would do in the scenario. They have made up their mind of what they would do. Okay. But when I was coming up, because it wasn't a mass cultural conversation, it's almost I get to they are a clean slate and I get to inform them on what trans is and how they should respond. I get to say, this is what a trans woman is, and this is how we move. This is what we do. Now, it's going to be from my perspective, so it may not align with other trans women, but it's what I at least get to teach them what trans is, as opposed to Donald Trump teaching them what trans is, or some podcast nigga teaching them what trans is. When I was younger, I would meet dudes who don't know nothing about transness. And I get to say, well, this is what's happening. And I get to explain to them, and they don't have any biases built up. And they would be like, oh, that makes sense. You pretty. So it might not be my thing, but I'll get to know you. They'll give it a chance, to whereas now niggas like, oh, my cousin is trans. Oh, I know, I know this trans girl I used to work with. It's always they know, they have this mindset about trans people before you even get to talk about yourself. The trans woman wasn't considered to be passable and was in the ladies' locker room at the Planet Fitness. A cisgender woman recorded her telling her that she didn't belong and brought it to staff's attention. Oh, yes. And the trans woman was telling her, girl, I'm in here minding my business. Leave me alone. And Planet Fitness banned the woman who recorded, because Planet Fitness is inclusive of trans people. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, shit like that. That never would have happened when I was growing up. It well, no. Let me not say that. It would happen, but it never would go viral, is what I mean. You would hear about it, you would know it happened, but it wouldn't go viral. It wouldn't be a big thing where everybody is talking about it and sharing the video and da da da. It wouldn't have been. It never would have happened in regards to it being a big thing. Honey, you would have just got kicked out of the bathroom, or that lady would have told. They would have told, because some places were still in trans inclusive, especially if you in California or New York, blah, blah, or whatever. That lady would have returned to go mind her damn business, and people would have left it alone. They probably wouldn't have banned her. I'm glad. That's why I have Planet Fitness membership. Thank you. I have a 24-hour fitness, and I don't know what their stance is. I know I ain't never had no problem at the gym, and that could be because I'm passing, but I just ain't never had no problem at the gym. Mm. Do y'all give yourself face massages? Y'all should. If they feel so good. So I'm so curious of what you were about to say about the religious topic. Oh, I can say it. It's really simple. I would not. I'm not a Christian, but I think about Christians and I think about what they believe, and so I'm not perfect, but there are certain levels there's certain things that I would never just do. Like I just wouldn't. I don't want to say under any circumstances, but I just can't see it happening to me. So let me give you a perfect example. I'm living. We talk about different sins of what sins are. Okay, Christians talk about what sins are, and doing these sins is the criteria for you to go to hell. Okay, you got to accept to get saved and not go to hell. You got to accept Jesus Christ as your savior. And there are different denominations that believe different stuff, but the rules are the things you're not supposed to do are the sins. Okay, so when it comes to the sins, whatever those may be, um, what are some big sins to y'all? Like, what are some big sins? So I don't steal. There has been only two incidents in my life in my younger years, irresponsible younger years, that I feel that I had stole something. Now, when we talk about stealing for corporations, I don't consider that stealing. I don't consider it technically. I don't know. It may be, but greedy ass corporation that exploit people. Me stealing from them, bitch, get the fuck out of here. Y'all, this is insured. Y'all already done paid for this stuff. Get out of here. So me going to the store and stealing some clothes, I don't consider none of that shit. Me scanning a few more items at self checkout. None of that is sending to me. I don't care what nobody talk about. Stealing from corporations is not stealing to me. Now I'm talking about stealing from people, stealing somebody's money, stealing somebody's bank account, um, stealing money out of somebody's bank account, that they paid a real person. I don't do nothing like that. There's only been two incidents that I've done that before. I stole $200 from when I was at a group home. One of my staff members had left their wallet, and everybody was gone. And I got into the house, and the wallet was on the table, and I took the $200 out and left. I was like 12, not 12. I was probably like 13. Um, and then my mama was a crackhead, so she ended up telling me she she ended up saying, if you don't give me half of the 200, I'm going to go and tell them that you stole that $200. So she played me out of half of the 200 to go smoke it up, which was hilarious. Um, when we talked about it as I got older. Um, but then I remember when I was like 22, I had a client. After I'm pounding his cakes, pound, 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 he shitted on me. And I said, oh no, you got to get the fuck up out of here. No, no, no. The session is over. You done dealed me, honey. You done painted me. Go down there and clean your hole up and get out of here. And so he wore out.
he done painted me. He's embarrassed, and he go downstairs to the bathroom to clean up because he done shit all over himself and me. And so the session was over, and so when he went downstairs embarrassed to clean up, he kicked his jeans and his wallet fell out of his jeans. Now he had already paid me, but I looked in that wallet. It was like I don't know if he had got his tax check or something, but it was a bunch of money in there. And I took that money out and sent his ass on his way. It was like $1,300 that I took from him. So this is the only two instances in my life that I had stole something. So when I was 22, and that was when I was 13. So now that I'm older, I ain't stealing shit. I ain't even stealing from corporations. So I'm not stealing anything. I'm not killing anybody. Now, if I'm in a self-defense situation where I have to defend myself, I will kill a motherfucker. But like me just out here abusing people, like fighting people and just being mean and abusing people and being shady, I'm not doing that. So there's really nothing in my life. I'm not perfect. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I'm you never gonna hear about me molesting children. I'm never gonna molest children. You never gonna hear about me raping somebody. I'm never gonna rape anybody. You get what I'm saying? There's certain levels of violence and certain levels of harm of people that I will never do. It is not in me to do. So if you want to consider me a sinner, the only thing that you could consider me being a sinner is me being trans, homosexual, that realm. You feel what I'm saying? So and so my mindset about it is, so if I live the rest of my life not doing none of that harmful stuff, not killing, not raping, not molesting, not stealing, not doing anything super, super harsh, but I'm trans and homosexual and whatever, however that works. And that sends me, and you are a creator, you created us, and you send me to hell for that. I do not want to praise and worship a motherfucker who would send me to hell for the way I live my life. Because nothing I do in my life harms the earth in regards to like being homosexual and trans. It's me, it's the choice of how I'm expressing my body. I don't feel like I live a life of harm enough to deserve eternal life in a lake of fire. So if you think that, if you're a Christian and you think that my life, that and you believe in a God that will send me to eternal hell for being a homosexual or being a transsexual, in the scheme of the world, you think that that deserves me to burn in hell. I will never worship a God like that. Any God that would do that to somebody like me, I feel I don't want to worship a God like that. That is so harsh. Like, because I love, if you don't believe in transness and you feel like I'm a male, um because I love and I'm intimate with another male, that is so bad that I have to burn in a lake of fire for eternity. In the scheme of the world, that is so bad. In the scheme of things that I could do, I could be a pedophile. I could be a rapist. I could be a murderer. I could be a drug dealer. I don't know, I could be these other ranges of things. But because I love somebody physically with the same genitalia that I love somebody physically with the same genitalia that I have, and that can put me in the lake of fire for eternity. Eternity. I wouldn't worship somebody like that. That sounds
toxic and abusive, even from a creator. That sounds late and tired. That is crazy. It's different if I'm out here Hitlering, gassing, gassing people. Off topic, I ordered the perfume you recommended, Lee Flora Gentili. So I exited to so excited to receive it. Yes, that is the brand by the amazing Toy Washington. Yes, I love it. Black trans woman owned brand. And when you get it, let me know if you like it. I like it. I love it. Mm. But yeah, that's what I was thinking about in religion, in the religion aspect. I was like, if I just don't think that that deserves. I don't know what could deserve. Uh, also, even, and that's only. This is another element, and that's only if it's a God that is all knowing, omnipresent, all knowing. So you mean to tell me that you created this plan and you knew what I was gonna do before I did it, and you're gonna send me to heaven, you're gonna send me to hell, and you knew I was gonna do this. I don't have no choice. It's already predestined. So I really don't have no choice. It's already laid out. So there's no free will in a predestined plan. It's already laid out. And so since it's already laid out and you know it's going to happen, you know how it's going to happen, I'm set up to go to hell. Who makes a creation to set me up to go to hell? That's if it's predestined. Now, if you think that we all got free will, then that makes more. It doesn't make sense, but it would make more sense. You gotta do right. Does it now? Is it? The harshness of it is still late and tired to me. It's still late and tired. Like me loving a person with the same genital as I am in the scheme of the world, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds and I have to go to hell, lake of fire for eternity. That sounds ridiculous. If you're still watching, thumbs up. That sounds ridiculous. It sounds stupid. It sounds unfair. It sounds too harsh, and it sounds ridiculous for a creator is to do that. But it definitely sounds ridiculous for the creator, which is why I think all the bullshit is man made. But it definitely sounds ridiculous for you if it's predestined for me to have to go to hell as well, because you're stupid. It's you're dumb. You are. It feels like you are. Yeah, it just feels dumb. It feels like nobody would do that to their creation. I refuse to worship any God that condemns me from loving who I love. And if I've struggled with this and asked for help or answers and still go to hell, I'll be like, man, what the fuck? Yeah, you're not a loving God. You're not merciful. I believe in God as the unexplainable, unlimited energy of the universe, not a person. It is the balance of good and evil. I believe in the power of prayer and our responsibility to be in tone with it, in tune with it. Okay. In tune with it. See, the good and evil, see, the problem with that is who decides what's good and evil? Who decides that? For me, I don't know. There's something in me that triggers when I'm harming somebody, when I'm doing something that's making somebody cry, when I'm doing something that is, if I step on a dog's foot, like I'm walking and he's there and I'm stepping on his foot, I'm like, oh, so there's something in my body
and the dog squeals or something, whatever, not squeals, whatever dogs do when you yelps, you step on their foot on accident and he yelps. There's something that happens to my body that says, "Ooh, I hurt a thing." I hurt something. Even if it's a bug. Like if I see bugs running around, I'm not stomping on it. I'm moving around. I'm flicking it so it can still live and go out. Like, say if I'm outside and there's a bug or a caterpillar or something, I'm not stomping on it. I'm going to walk around it, or I'm going to flick it to where it goes and moves. I'm not going to stomp on it and kill it. I don't know. It feels weird. Even like if it's a fly in my house, I'm not taking a fly swatter and saying, I'm opening up my door and trying to get it out the door because I feel like it deserves to live. Now, I remember being that person when I was younger where I'm trying to smash it and get it out the house. But my spiritual journey in Ifa and Yoruba and, my connection to the earth, it has me thinking about living things differently. It has me caring for living things in a different way than I was when I was younger. Honey, I be in my mama's house and we had roaches stomping on them, bitch. Roaches, stomp on them. Or you know what I'm saying, a fly, honey, mosquito, you know what I'm saying? But now that I just think about living things differently. I try to avoid spiders, kill them, spray them with something. Um, um, yeah, I think about living things differently. Now that I have a spiritual practice that respects living things. Um, if you have also at the core of who they claim God to be, God would definitely be on the side of the queer and trans folks. If you have been given the free will, why punish for what you choose? I believe we have an internal measure of that. Yes, I agree, D-Mac. I think it is an internal measure of what's right and wrong. Um, it Now that's to a certain extent. I think that. Hmm. Oh, this is another subject. God, this is gonna be long. I'm gonna end this in about 20 minutes because I don't want it to be over 4 hours. The right and wrong, we develop that in our mind. you you're more evolved than me. Any rodent I don't want to see. I don't know. Like it depends on how you if you're thinking about rodents as a pest. We have learned through like Tom and Jerry, through so many different things that it is a pest. So it's a negative connotation to it. So I don't want rodents in my house, but there's ways that you will not have rodents in your house if you set your house up a certain way. Um, I don't know. I just think of like my homegirl had pet rats. So I don't think of rodents. I don't want them in my house. I don't want them live. It's not like I want them walking on my bed, and I don't want them in my house, but I don't know. I know they're just trying to live, and so I don't want to kill them. I want them just to not be in my house. So let me catch you and put you out. I know that's how I think about it. And that's not how I thought about when I was young because my mama didn't raise me to think like that. But when I got older and I started to respect living things, then it started to be I started to try to move different. And I don't want to say I'm perfect at moving different, but I try to move different. I try to move differently. Um, Even like the trees that are around my house. I don't know. It's a connected to living things that I do. Like, you know, it may not matter to some people, but there's things like trees around my house, making sure that there are no trash around them, and you know, and I'm not talking about like right there in my yard. I'm talking about like even when I'm walking from the store, like the trees that are on my way home. I might bless them, like touch them and bless them. Uh, you know what I'm saying? My spirituality is connected to the earth. And so I do little things that to somebody else might be weird. I don't talk about, I'm talking about them now because we're on the subject, but to somebody else, it might be weird. But if I walk, like it's been multiple times that I've walked past my trees in my apartment complex and I've touched them and blessed them. Like I'm like, mm, or I'll say something like a just a quick little um I don't know, something like thank you for cleaning the air. Like something real simple. Not it's not like I'm hugging the tree. Oh, 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 mighty tree. It's not like that. It's a really quick I walk past you and I walk and I thank you for cleaning the air. That's what trees do. They clean the air for us. So I'll touch it. And it's not like every time I walk past it I do it, but I've done it I've lived here for 12 years. So I've done it multiple times where I or there's a banana tree plant um right outside of my door. When I walk past it, I will rub its leaves and say thank you. Thank you for protecting me. Um because I think it's right by my door. So it's a protecting. It can its aura can protect negative energy from coming into my house. Um, yeah, like the animals, like my cats and they're not my cats, but they're the stray cats um in the in the apartment complex. They come to my door and and they run from all the other people, but when I come out of my door, they don't run. They sit there and look at me and say, "Hey, girl, what's your tea?" And I put my hand on them and rub them and touch them and go on by my business. They like it just think thanking the things that are around me. That's a part of my spiritual practice. That's a part of who I am and what I have grown to appreciate. Um, yeah. I'm at the age when I start thinking shit that used to creep me out is cute, is in sacred, like lizards and dogs. Hmm. You think so? You used to be creeped out by lizards and frogs, not look at the dog, lizards and frogs, but now you think of them as sacred. Is that what you're saying? Also, let me not forget, it said in the book that the animals and creatures were created before humans. That's when you realize that you're connected to the life force. That's worship and praise. I feel like this is about where I live. The squirrels by my place are friendly. I love there is a big ass tree by my window, gives off oxygen and clean air. I'm always been one with nature. The book of the book is human created though. The book. Yeah, this is not yeah, mine isn't about a book. The book is trauma for me, so I don't really fuck with the Bible like that. I understand it now because I grew up in the church. I understand the theology, but I had to come out of that. In the closest thing to what I wanted was E5. There needed to be. I don't like the idea of there being a middleman between me and divinity. I don't like the idea of the pastor being the middleman between me and God. I feel like that's manipulative. I feel like I have a connection to God through nature. I have a connection, not just it's like a tether. It's in me and outside of me. It's somebody said the unexplainable universe energy. It's that and in me. that core in your atoms. Is that, but it's also in other things. And so, and there's certain scientific things that can be proven. You can change the nature of a water by talking to it. You can change the energy of water by talking to water, by actually putting a bowl in front of you and talking to it. You can change the negative and positive energy in the water. Like literally, it's measurable. Um, and so when I believe when I touch things and speak to things, and it strengthened them. And no, it's not like I'm talking to the tree and it's gonna get up and walk or turn around and say thanks. It's not that. It's just about, I know this is a living thing. And I know that if I give it that positive energy, whatever that amount is, it can help it flourish. That's just what it is. I just believe that. And so I think you can do it to people. I think you can do it to living things. And so, and those things are tangible. It's not even some whole mystical outside power that I can't get access to. I got access to these people. I got access to these plants. I got access to this earth that I can touch. I got access to the air that I breathe. These are tangible things that I believe in. And so that I believe God is a part of. And so I don't need a middleman. I don't need a pastor to connect me with that divinity. I don't need a pastor to do that. The interesting thing about Christianity is that the message is supposed to be that Christ's death destroyed the barrier between people and God. Hmm. That they no longer needed a pastor, just like you said. Hmm. That shit is witchy too. Because even the idea of sacrifice, you gotta take the energy for something to give to God. That was normal in the Old Testament and normal in the culture of sacrificing lambs. That's why Jesus is called the Lamb, because sacrificing lambs and chickens and things was a part of the paganistic culture that was happening, even outside of Christianity. Um, and so um, Jesus being the sacrifice, you don't have to sacrifice stuff no more because Jesus was the sacrifice. That was the ultimate energy to get to save you. I don't know. It just feels like, girl, you was trying to control people. You was trying to control people, and girl, boom. Oh, I think Andrea is on the early part of the live, so she's talking about Netta. Hey Aria, I was about to call you when I got off the live. Chicago was great. Are you still writing your book? I'm editing my book. I'm not writing it anymore. I'm in the editing stage. Um, so glad that I caught alive.
Yes, about that book. It's shifting. It's shifting. There's some things that I wanted to talk about that I don't want to talk about now. There's some things that were in there that I wanted to go more in depth in. So I'm just editing. Wait, can we get a quick recap of what's in this live, or am I too late? Yes, the live is about to end in about 8 minutes. You're gonna have to go back and listen. This is a 4 hour live. We just talked about Netta, and we talked about a lot of stuff, but mostly Netta, Netta and Charles. Transphobia. Talked about colorism a little bit and other oppressions, and how I'm classes about black movies. um, yeah, now we're talking about religion a little bit. Um, yes, 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 yes. You can thumbs up. But yes, we will talk about how did you like Houston? Houston, what? I can't see it. That heart is in the way. I don't know why they put that heart there. How did you like Houston now in 2024? Do you like it now or 20 years back? I wasn't in Houston 20 years back. I've only been in Houston 15 years, 15, 16 years. '07. I came at the end of '07. So I think I got like 5 more years. Well, how many more? 3 more years till I get to 20? Yeah. But it feels the same. I like Houston. It feels the same to answer that question. If it feels the same since beginning. The club scene doesn't feel the same, but I'm also older, so I don't really be clubbing like that. Um, but I don't know. Maybe yeah, the club scene feels different. The COVID changed the restaurant scene. A lot of our 24-hour restaurants don't open 24-hour no more. It's kind of like Walgreens, where I'm not Walgreens, Walmart, where it don't be 24 hours no more. I'm excited about the book Diamond. I've been waiting. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I just want it to be what I want it to be. I want to be proud of it. And I'm reading other people's books, and I'm seeing where they fall short, and I don't want my book to fall short. I don't want my book to be I'm telling my trans story. I don't want it to be that. I want it to be something nuanced and different. I don't even want it to be. It's not even about trans. It's about like I said, I've told y'all it's about love. It's about how love either showed up or was taken away from me. Various loves, types of love. So that's what it's the general idea. But I go deeper into different spots. So yeah, I hope y'all like it. I hope y'all like it, but I want to be proud of it. And I'm not proud of it yet. I want to be proud of it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's the same in LA. A lot of the places aren't 24 hours since COVID. Yeah, that's what kind of COVID did. But even before that, I just said the club scene just has shifted a lot. In Houston, because it's a big city, it is like the bottle culture. Every fucking club got they just have sections, so it ain't no big room for dance floor for you to dance. They filling up the whole club with sections, so they can make more money, but it's not no room to dance. It's not no room to mingle and have fun. So everybody is in a fucking section, and you ain't got. I don't know. It just feels like it just doesn't feel like
an authentic place to kind of mingle and have fun. Now there are some people who are creating space like that, but then I don't know. Just I went so there's this group of DJs. They're really really dope and trans inclusive. They're not gay. They straight boys, but they're when I hear when they talk about trans and queer issues, they're really really smart and inclusive. But they straight men, and so they do parties here in Houston, and I go to them, and they so fire. It's not queer parties, but it's a safe space for you to for you to go if you want to just have a regular hangout spot that anybody can go to, and but it's black as fuck, and it's not hood music. They only do they do some hip hop, but mostly R&B. They call it ballads and booze. Um, and I fucking love them. They so dope. So certain people, and then there's also a club here called, it's not a club, it's they do quarterly events. Like they rent out a spot and throw a party, and it's called the Black Church, but it has nothing to do with religion. Um and it's ran by a queer woman, and basically you pay for a ticket to come, and everybody, it's like a rave. It's like a black rave, but not, take the drugs out. um I don't know if somebody could do drugs in there, but like before they come, but it ain't like everybody doing drugs in there. But but the look of it, like they'll have red lights, they'll have blue lights, they'll just have these different things, and it's fire. And they'll have music that's like clubhouse, um, dance, party. It's just fire. And it's nothing but black folks. And it's kind of like Afro punk meet rave culture. And they do it like quarterly. So the club scene has really changed, but it has changed over not just by COVID, but over time about other shit. But I still love Houston. It's classes in the clubs now, definitely. But in LA, it's always been classes. I feel like LA has always been a classes place to be. It's always been very Studio 54 everywhere. Like in regards to, you can only come in if you a certain type of person. Well, all right, y'all. I'm about to take my ass to sleep once I call Aria. I will holler at y'all. It's been 4. Make sure if you're watching this after, I'm gonna leave it up. If you're watching this after, thumbs up. I see 21 people in here. If you haven't thumbs up, make sure you thumbs up. And I will see y'all Friday. We will talk about Kamala there. We haven't talked about Kamala, but we will talk about Kamala Friday. I'm so happy that Biden stepped down. But all right, y'all. See y'all Friday.